You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we're going to be running. We're going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli at prime time. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Double A.
Hey, we were muted for a second. We're good now. What's up?
Of course, that happens on my first night back. Didn't you guys miss me? I was gone for a lovely week. Welcome into the Daily Spiral, everyone. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This has been the most chaotic week ever.
And you were off.
And I was off. Do you know every single day something happened? That never happens. Every single day I was like getting messages and things were happening. I'm like, this cannot keep happening.
Unbelievable. And that's why I keep my head down. to the books or to the gym and get after. I'm told this always happens on vacation week. This always happens. There's something's going on. There's always some stuff that may or may not be suitable for air, but there's always stuff going on.
Yeah, honestly, there's just so much. So Double A, I'm gonna give you a bit of a rundown of all the things that I took note of.
Yes.
Have it here, right here. So it literally felt like I was gone for 5 minutes. Not even gonna lie. So here's all the stuff that happens. A Different World got a sequel and a trailer. The new X-Men cast was announced. Vision Quest, the now trilogy, the ending to the trilogy of the WandaVision series is now here. Zendaya and Anne Hathaway both crossed the 2 billion mark at the box office. Leah and Kenny from Love Island are beefing through the podcast. They filmed the Love Island USA reunion. And Andy Cohen came out and said, hey, some tears were shed and we got some rumors. And some people had to say, I did not walk off stage and I did not make anybody cry.
I have an idea who you're talking about when we get to that.
BTS lost some fans because they attended a concert of They Who Shall Not Be Named. TikTok has Permgate, where a girl got her hair fried off from a perm, but come to find out she may be lying about it. Camp Rock 3 came out. It was a thing. It's terrible, horrific, and the Jonas Brothers are now on tour for the 7th year in a row.
Good for them.
Kawhi Leonard, this case gets a little crazier. The Lakers got sold for $12 billion literally today, right before we got on air.
That like while our intro was playing, reports are that got held up because Jeannie Buss voted no.
Good for Jeannie.
Voted no, and she has the controlling vote. So
good for her.
That is still on the table.
The Falcons have now created a generational meme by Michael Penix pointing at Tua. There was a J. Cole concert here in Cleveland. I went. It was actually really good, and he got very emotional because he did not expect the crowd to literally just be that into it. When I say everybody was into it, everybody.
It's J. Cole. It's J. Cole. It felt like I was the only one in the city who was not at that concert.
You probably were. You probably were. I was there. My brother was there. When I say I saw people there, I'm like, how are you here? Hugh Jackson decided to come out and say he didn't fail in Cleveland. I'm sorry, going 1-31 in 2 seasons is not failing, but all right, whatever.
I also didn't fail at calculus my senior year. I only had a D-, and they only pushed me through, so we have good graduation rates. Yeah.
Yeah, Nick and Landry apparently got back together because they were never broken up. Wattpad decided to get rid of pornographic language, and a move that's like Tumblr deciding to get rid of nudity. Jordan Woods and Carl Anthony Towns got married.
Hold up. Back to Tumblr for a second. I thought I got rid of nudity like years ago.
They brought it back. They brought it back.
And now they're getting rid of it again.
No. Wattpad is getting rid of pornographic language in their books. But I'm like, as someone who is a regular Wattpad reader since they were like 15, I'm sorry, bud. That's a death sentence for your app.
Yeah, don't do that.
Cat's Eye, the global girl group, dropped a new EP called Animal with a song called Hootie Fruity. Dead serious. 10 former Disney princesses reunited at D23 and sang. And then in that same night, Brandy went to go watch her brother Ray J face off against Orlando Brown in a Zeus boxing match. Stephen A. Smith got downvoted by the National Association of Black Journalists.
And I'm sure he had things to say about that.
The NBA decided to make schedule release videos. The Cavs made a GTA style one, and the Raptors just decided to lean into misogyny. Megan Thee Stallion has teased Act 3. Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo reunited. Russell Westbrook and Chris Paul just quietly retired. Former NBA players think they can play in the WNBA. It's very weird what's going on. But Diana Taurasi got her jersey retired. Jaden Daniels said that nobody else can wear the number 5, and now he's getting roasted online. MySpace is probably making a comeback because I'm definitely going to be there.
Do you unless it was fake and AI, do you still have your password and stuff for MySpace?
I still have my email, so I could probably figure out what my password was. Hayden Panettiere unfortunately passed away last night. Tyga,
yeah, we got details on that too earlier today.
Yeah, Tyga got downvoted as he literally got rated for his new album 0.0 on Pitchfork.
Did anybody get an upvote this week? I got
No.
Stephen A. Smith getting a thumbs down. I got this getting a thumbs. Did anybody get a thumbs up this week?
No. The entire internet has become legal analysts when it comes to the Lindsay Clancy trial. We'll talk about that later on in the show. And finally, Michelle Obama said that she was very disappointed in KC and his behavior on Love Island USA. So that's pretty much everything I missed.
Oh, I thought she was talking about KC Concepcion. I'm like, Michelle Obama, we got some things to talk about.
No.
Oh, I meant that KC. Okay.
No, she was very not happy. And I quoted this on Twitter. I said, if the former first lady came to me and said, hey, I saw your behavior on television, highly disappointed, I would simply have to pass away. Because you're not going to tell me that. No.
It's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
It's like I would crash out. I would fully crash out.
Okay, you're right. That's understandable. It's understandable.
If Michelle Obama, a woman who, by the way, he keeps comparing his relationship to Barack and Michelle. He keeps saying, I want to be Barack and Michelle. If she said, I'm disappointed, AA, you would never hear from me ever again.
That should be extra motivation. No. I'm not going to take that. That should be extra motivation.
Oh, I forgot one more thing that I missed. Corbin and Parmita broke up.
Well, darn.
Oh, well.
That's too bad. I liked them on the show. I'm kidding. I wasn't passionate about them, but I liked them on the show.
But yeah, that's everything I missed on vacation. Did I miss anything else?
That pretty much summed it up. I'm interested in your interest level on the A Different World revival, because I was just reading on Threads. I did not watch the trailer yet from Netflix, but I'm curious what you think about the new Different World.
You see, okay, so I like when we were rebooting stuff and it was like, oh, this is cool. Like, I would definitely want to see this. I don't know if I want to see this rebooted. I think A Different World is like a perfect show. I really do. From season 2 till its end, I think it's really perfect. I think it was encapsulating of that time for Black Americans, specifically African Americans at HBCUs. I can turn that show on and laugh till this day. Like it is just that funny.
I remember when I had TV One, they would show, I think, 2 hours worth of episodes every day. And you'll get through all the episodes in a month. And it didn't matter. You still go through. It's like, oh, you know what? Maybe this month I can stomach through season 1.
Season 1 is terrible. It's so bad.
No, yeah. Once I think, what happened? Because Bill Cosby stopped writing. He didn't write beyond season 1. And then Debbie Allen stepped in. And that's when the show turned around. Yeah.
So if you guys don't know, Debbie Allen is sort of like the showrunner at the time. And she was the showrunner from season 2 till the last season. And she was also the director. She very much is the reason why A Different World turned into what it did. Because A Different World was essentially a spinoff of The Cosby Show and Denise and her life at college. And it just wasn't working with Denise. Like, it wasn't.
It really was weird. So that part of it is weird too, because they gave Denise this show basically because she was the actress, she was very popular with the audience, but she had trouble on set with Bill Cosby, and which
Now
at the time, though, having trouble with Bill Cosby, that was like a cardinal sin, but they didn't want to take her off of the franchise, so they gave her a different world. But yeah, it was not the way they laid out season 1. It was not in any way representation of HBCU. Honestly, it just wasn't a good show. Even if you strip away the HBCU part, which is hard to do, it just wasn't a good show. It was unrealistic story. Like, we both were in college. BG is not HBCU.
No,
at all.
I would say this.
It's nowhere near close.
Same school. Wait, where did you live in your freshman dorm?
Harshman Dunbar.
Okay.
Which is no longer with us.
Yeah, Harshman, RIP Harshman. I lived in Harshman, Bromfield. By the way, Harshman was if you were super poor and you got like all your stuff in late, they put you in Harshman. Terrible dorm. Horrific dorm. Let me tell you,
we didn't have AC. We didn't have anything.
Nothing in that dorm was like working. Like all the other dorms, like had like stores in them and dining halls. We had nothing. It was literally like going to the hood. Straight up. Somebody was like, we were the ghetto. Kreischer, which was across, was the hood, and then every other place was like a little bit further up.
But Kreischer had a leg up on us because they had the sundial.
Yeah,
which was the greatest thing in the world. But like, all right, fine. I don't have to like travel to eat breakfast or dinner.
It's just So now imagine. It's also, oh my God, there was one day. I'm gonna tell the story before we go to break. There was one day I was in the dorm. The fire alarm went off 4 times.
That happened to me too.
Night. And I remember being like, why is this fire alarm? Come to find out, some kid had a toaster in his room and kept toasting stuff. And I'm like, we back outside. And I'm gonna tell you like this: every time the fire alarm went off anywhere in BG, no matter how close the fire station was, it took them 20 minutes to get there. So you're standing outside for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It didn't matter. We had someone who wanted to show out a microwave mac and cheese at 4 a.m. and then we're outside waiting for the fire, waiting for everyone to show up, and it's 4 a.m. I think I had an exam that day. It wasn't like finals, but I had an exam that day, and it's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? When was you at Harshman?
I was at Harshman from 2013 to 2014. And then I went over to Founders for the next 2 years. And then I ended up in what was the apartments?
Falcon Heights?
No, that's the other one. I was at the ones that were like super far away. Oh my God.
I can't think of the name, but I know which one.
Falcons Point. About. That's where I lived at. Falcons Point.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
So yeah, no, it was like, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Like BG was an experience. It was an experience. If you did not have money, you were done. Okay? You were done.
It was so true.
If you didn't have money and you didn't have a car, oh well. I had to befriend some people who had some money and cars.
We survived without the first like 3 years. I did not have a vehicle. I didn't own a vehicle. You can survive without a vehicle, but you're going to be doing a lot of walking, like a ton of walking.
And luckily, like the city isn't that big, but like you needed to have a friend with a car because especially once you moved off campus. Oh my God. When you move off campus, you got to go to the grocery store. So you all just got to pile in. And by the way, none of these apartments had elevators. So everybody was carrying their groceries upstairs. And luckily for me, oh my God, luckily we only lived on the first floor of our apartment. So it wasn't that bad. But, y'all don't bring me back to that life. Don't bring me back.
That I'm sorry, Autumn. That is worth another show. And for anybody who went to BG who's watching this, you understand why. Like, oh, what are they gonna do with Harshman? It's a pile of grass right now.
It's literally
a field.
It's an open field. It's
open field, open season. We ain't doing nothing with that land.
And trust me, that place was debaucherous. It was every time I got into the elevator, I would be like, please don't just be something just on the floor. And it would be some kind of substance on that floor. Don't matter what it was.
And this is so true. All of this is true. All of this. And yeah, and real quick, like again with A Different World, I don't know sitcoms today. Are there any sitcoms that still shoot like multicam or no?
Yeah,
is that a thing in the past?
No. So like I know on CBS, I think the show The Neighborhood, it just went off. They were multicam. Most of them are like the one camera. The single cam,
yep.
But I think it was also multicam. I think the other what is it called? It's another Big Bang Theory spinoff.
Oh, you talking about Young Sheldon?
No. Young Sheldon was single cam. That was a dramatic.
Right.
That was a dramedy. There's a spinoff of that.
I couldn't even tell you. I know they have one, but I couldn't even tell you.
But multicam still exists. It's just very far few and in between. All right, when we come back from the break, we're going to talk about the internet's craziest case. I'm going to give you the lowdown of everything you need to know about the Lindsay Clancy case. If you don't know what is happening with the Lindsay Clancy case, y'all, I'm about to tell you. I'll give you my good spiral and bad spiral, and then of course, I just know, y'all, I've had a day. I've had a day. All right.
You just came back.
Just know I've had a day. You know I've had a day.
I know you have. I know. I'm very well aware. I'm very well. We gotta get you to Brothers Lounge, Autumn. We gotta get you to Brothers Lounge.
Yeah.
That's our new sponsor, the InsideEdge Network.
Lounge.
We gotta get you there.
Yeah, I'll go one weekend. But yeah, we'll talk about the Lindsay Clancy case, and we'll talk about how Love Island USA, of course, has become mainstream in TV. And I'm gonna give you some notes. On how Love Island USA.
I got a notebook ready to go.
I love how have we gotten here? But you guys are watching the Daily Spiral here on InsideEdge Network. We'll be back in just a few.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new InsideEdge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at InsideEdgeNet across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
How's it going, everybody? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight for a fresh new week of Inside Edge Primetime. So much to talk about. The Browns played this past Saturday against Chicago Bears, and we have a lot of questions about the quarterback room, what it'll look like not only this year, but in the future under Todd Monken, and as we head closer to eventually the Dome in Brook Park. So we'll see what's going on there. And of course, we have to pay tribute to the late, great Tommy John. We'll talk about that tonight, Chad and I. A very historic run. We talked last night a little bit about Hall of Fame. Tonight, we're going to pay tribute to Tommy John, the pitcher. You know, obviously the injury and the surgery, but a very historic career. And of course, so much more to talk about when it comes to rivalry games. Are those going extinct? We'll talk about all that here on Inside Edge Primetime. Chad and I will see you at 10 p.m. to 11:30. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe at Inside Edge Net on all the socials so you know when we're going live.
You know, you guys, I love it when you do promos. It's so funny.
Really you about to start yours today.
I really am. I'm gonna make some promos after. I'm gonna edit them, y'all. I promise you, it will not be this awkward pause.
I want to see your editing. I want to see this editing. My editing is better be good.
It's gonna be fantastic. But let us talk about
editing I've ever seen.
Let us talk about what is going on in the Lindsay Clancy trial. So Double A, I was telling you before the show a little bit about this trial, but do you want me to, okay, where do you want me to start?
This is pretty big. You might need to start with just the bare bones basics, the overview of what's going on. Because I have not followed Nancy Grace telling me about how such and such is guilty. Casey Anthony is guilty.
So this seems like so I'm gonna just lay it out. Lindsay Clancy is being accused of killing her 3 children. She had 3 young children. She had 2 boys and a girl, her youngest being 8 months, her oldest being 5 years old, right? So she was found on January 25th outside of her house. Her 3 kids were in the basement. They'd all been strangled. She was outside and she had seemingly jumped out of the window of her house and tried to kill herself. She's being accused by the state of Massachusetts for killing her 3 children. Lindsay is not saying that she didn't do it. She's saying that if she did do it, it was under the guise of postpartum psychosis. So what postpartum psychosis is when you're in postpartum, sometimes you really don't know what's going on. Your brain is just not there, right? And if you know anyone who's had a child, I know plenty of women that had children. Postpartum is very, very hard, right? So she's claiming that she not only that happened, but she actively went and was seeking help. She went to a number of doctors. They prescribed her several medications. Several of these medications had suicidal ideations listed as side effects. And at one point, she was having them. So she was telling her husband, Patrick, hey, I need to go away because I'm scared I'm going to hurt myself. Now, mind you, she's scared she's going to hurt herself. She never said she was going to hurt her children. She said she was scared of the thoughts in her head and she was going to hurt herself. Now, again, she's being accused of killing her 3 children, not because she said it, but because her husband said it. Now, this is where the internet is playing like detective.
And real quick, Autumn, just a quick question. So the ages of these 3 children, do I have this right? 5, 3, and 8 months.
Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
Yes. So by the way, also she had 2 extremely traumatic births with her oldest 2 children. And then her youngest child, she didn't have as like traumatic of a birth, but it was still traumatic. So again, the state of Massachusetts, which is one of the most incompetent states when it comes to prosecuting I've ever seen, is accusing her, right? The internet comes in with her ex-husband, her now ex-husband, because her and her husband are divorced, takes the stand the first day, right? So the first part of the trial is the prosecution submits their case. Second part is now the defense. The prosecution called 70 witnesses.
Wow.
70 witnesses to the stand. This included her ex-husband, the first responders, the doctors that she saw, like her father-in-law, anyone that the prosecution could like try to like make her look like she was malicious, they called them. The thing is that the prosecution is not making her look malicious. They're making themselves look incompetent. So first of all, we have a prosecutor that keeps wearing bows in her hair because she keeps saying that Lindsay's daughter really liked to wear bows. So she's wearing bows in honor of the daughter. And every single prosecutor or lawyer that has gotten on the internet and saying like, yeah, that's weird. Like, yeah, that's weird. At one point, Lindsay was breaking down because she was hearing the details of her youngest child's death. And she broke down and cried. And the prosecutors on hot mic said, shut her up. She when I say this case has been crazy, but the craziest part is the timeline. So I'm gonna go over the timeline real quick. So the timeline is that Lindsay and her, so first of all, Lindsay was a labor and delivery nurse. That is the most important thing. She was a nurse. So she was a healthcare professional, which is why she had access to all these different healthcare things, why she could have this much medicine, all this stuff, right?
That makes sense. The amount of detail that's going on with this. That makes a ton of sense.
So she was a labor and delivery nurse, specifically. Her husband worked at Microsoft, not for Microsoft, at Microsoft. He worked from home though. So when Lindsay, this was January 24th. Also, they had a nanny. So he fired the nanny because she left her job because she told her job that she was not mentally right. Right?
Yeah.
So instead of being like, you know what, let's keep the nanny so you can get yourself together, he fires the nanny. So after he fires the nanny, Lindsay is now stuck with her 3 kids. She's parenting her kids. Lindsay that morning took her daughter to the doctor. So she takes her daughter to the doctor. So
is this the morning of January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
So Patrick claims that the Wi-Fi was down and that none of the cameras in their house were working. So nothing was filmed, nothing. There's no footage of anything, even though they constantly had cameras. So this is where it starts. So he claims that he leaves the house at 5:30. At 5:30, he has a 30-minute window in which Lindsay apparently kills her kids. So he leaves the house at 5:30. He gets to the CVS a little bit after 5:34. At the CVS, he calls Lindsay twice to get the children's version of like Pedialyte to help their daughter, right? So he calls her once, she doesn't answer. She calls him back, and it's like, hey, if they don't have like the normal version, get the generic version, right? This is important because he buys the normal version, but says that it's not available, right?
Oh.
Yeah. So then he allegedly says, Lindsay also says, hey, go to this restaurant. I placed an order for some food. Go pick it up. He walks in the restaurant. When he walks in the restaurant, he's wearing completely different shoes.
Really?
Yeah.
He's wearing different shoes?
Yeah. So he's wearing running shoes when he gets to CVS. He's wearing boots when he gets to the restaurant.
Because why would you switch shoes?
Right?
For a random whatever.
Just
why would you switch shoes?
An errand where you're less than 30 minutes away from your house. Right? So
switching from what, running shoes to boots?
Yes, and he apparently was a marathon runner as well.
Did he normally? I'm just asking questions. Does he normally on a day-to-day basis wear boots?
No.
Like, does he
No.
Got it. Okay.
So then he picks up the food. It's never really clarified whose name it was under, but it just said that he picks up the food. So then he gets back to the house. He claims that it was also bath time. Now, every mother who has waited on this time was like, hey, if she called and it was bath time and he said he didn't hear anything in the background, he's lying, because any child is going to react during bath time. So he brings the stuff in the house, puts it on the table and everything, doesn't check. He also says at one point that he didn't see Lindsay's car, but it wasn't that dark outside. And then he said he did see her car. It was very strange, right? He also claims that before he left, the children were eating chicken nuggets, but then they took pictures and these plates were completely clean. So apparently she cleaned the dishes too. So then he said he's calling out for her Lindsay. He doesn't hear her. And then he sees her outside. Now, this is the important part. Lindsay's head is this way and her feet are towards the window. If your head is that way and your feet are towards the window, you either went out backwards or you were pushed, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's a medical professional, Double A. If she wanted to do it, she wouldn't have done it that way. Right? So
That's
then
what it sounds like.
He claims that when he finds her, she, in her disoriented state, says, I killed the kids, they're in the basement, right? He then waits 4 extra minutes to call the police. And that's when the police come and the first responders come. When the first responders come, they say Lindsay is non-responsive.
Now, real quick. So, Kevin, that's his name, right?
Patrick.
So Patrick waited 4 minutes. Was there any argument that maybe Patrick was just shell shocked at what happened? I'm not justifying. I'm just asking.
That's what I'm thinking. But according to Patrick, he didn't even go down and see if the kids were down there. He didn't go down there until the first responders went down there because they were in the basement. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, that's a problem. That's a red flag. For me, that's a real red flag.
No, it gets worse. So then Lindsay not only is opposite way facing of the house. If she would have jumped, like every forensic expert said, there would have been blood on the side of the house. There was no blood on the side of the house. They said not only, but also, like, her body would have been way more mangled, right?
Right.
Her Apple Watch was on her wrist, but showed no data. He claims that the door to their bedroom was locked, but what they found is that the bed was pushed up against the window, like as in like somebody pushed the bed up against the window and then climbed out the window. But again, if she would have pushed herself out the window, she would have landed face first and not back first, right?
Exactly.
But she was face up. Then,
because we talked when we were discussing this story during pre-show, we talked about the Apple Watch.
mm-hmm.
An Apple Watch, if you are wearing an Apple Watch, it picks up everything.
Literally, look. Like, look,
like everything. Exactly.
you can breathe wrong. You can breathe wrong and be like, "Are you okay?"
Mm-hmm.
So again, none of her Apple Watch data is pointing to like anything. Then they find out that she has cuts on her arm, right? So the cuts are not this. The cuts are this way. She's a nurse. They would be that way, especially if she wanted to, do what she wanted to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they found in her system a medication that's a sedative that you would crush up, and like they found it crushed up in residue of a drink that she drank. So this is where I'm thinking like, okay, so he's saying that he left, in the time that he left, she had enough time to crush up the pills, put it in the drink the drink, saying, no, this is not work, so I'm gonna cut myself. I'm gonna cut myself the completely opposite way of what I know would be most effective. No, I'm not gonna do that. You know what? I'm gonna kill my kids. I'm gonna kill them in enough time to do that. Then I'm gonna come back upstairs. I'm gonna push my bed against the window. I'm gonna jump back out to where I break every bone in my body.
Yeah, you would first off break your neck. Like, that would be it. Which, yeah.
And then wait, no, and then she's out there long enough for her body degree temperature to get down to 82 degrees Fahrenheit.
So she was out there for a pretty long time.
So the theory
like a very long time.
Like a very long time. So this is the theory that I think happened. I think that Patrick did it. He's the only one that it makes sense because, okay, I forgot to tell you this other part. So after everything happens, Lindsay's in the hospital. Lindsay, it takes her a while to recover, right? She's still technically recovering. She's in a wheelchair now. She broke her back, all this stuff. Patrick goes on vacation less than 30 days after his children are killed. And the only reason why the internet knows it is because he left a review for the man for the boat that he went on.
Okay. So we got to figure out a couple things. One in particular, I guess, and this is ignorant of me to not know because I've never looked. How long, and this might have to be like something we do during the commercial. How long does it take for a dead body to cool down?
It takes a while. So most of the medical professionals that have been like, hey, 82 degree Fahrenheit and she's still living is crazy because certain people have been out for hours and haven't gotten that low.
Yeah, you should be done. But again, I don't know what else is in her system, but
she also went to cardiac arrest several times. She signed a DNR that was like, hey, if this happens again, I don't want to be alive. Right? So again, she's and then I'm gonna tell you the part that really got me. This is where I think he did it. So it's claimed that Lindsay called Patrick and was like, I did it. On the advice of her not court appointed, her defense counsel's psychiatrist.
Right.
Come to find out, it was just a theory that two police officers had while they were guarding her room.
You gotta be kidding me. Are you kidding me?
Now, mind you, most of the stuff about the case comes from Patrick. So now we're in the state of Lindsay's lawyer, Kevin Reddington, is kind of pushing back on I'm gonna just tell you like this. This lady is finding out in real time that she probably didn't kill her kids. Straight up.
Hold up, say that last part again.
She's finding out in real time that she probably didn't kill her kids. Because once again, you got to remember she had a huge amount of sedative in her body. She woke up, and if she woke up and she talking to her husband was like, Lindsay, you killed the kids. She probably will believe it because she's having all these terrible thoughts.
So I have to remember with this because, she's on trial, she's testifying what's going on. I have to remember that she attempted suicide, but obviously
succeeded. No, she succeeded because she died twice.
But then she's back alive.
Yes, back alive because they brought her back before she
was revived.
She was revived twice.
There's no way you remember it. Not you. I'm talking about Lindsay. There's no way you remember a lot of the things that went down. There's no way.
All right, I'm gonna tell you.
By the way, how do you go on? I'm sorry, I know you got a break. How the hell do you go on vacation? 30 days. Is that part true?
Yes.
He went on vacation 30 days after this happened to his kids?
Yes, because people found that he left a review on this boat captain's like Yelp.
And so allegedly he fled.
Yeah, and then so then I'm gonna give you the two smoking guns to where I think he did it. Number one, he claims he left the house at 5:30. His laptop
is this AM or PM? I'm sorry.
PM.
Okay, 5:30 PM.
His laptop at home sent an email from his work laptop to a coworker at 5:24 on a day where he said the Wi-Fi wasn't working. So that's number one. So that just completely obliterates his whole timeline to me, right? Because you said nothing was working, you couldn't call out, nothing. Oh, he also said that there was no service, so he couldn't call 911 right away, even though everybody with a smartphone knows that is the one number you can call out, even if you don't have service on your phone. Then the second red flag
was it revealed who his carrier was?
No, it hasn't been revealed who his carrier was, but he claims that he couldn't call 911 right away when his wife told him that his children was dead, is that there was no service. But the second part that I'm like, oh, he definitely did it, is that, so certain people keep saying he got married after 4 months. He did not get married after 4 months. He moved to New York City after 4 months. He got into a relationship a couple months after. Early this year, he got married to the woman who he started a relationship with, and they had a baby last year. And then that same boat captain, you know, that review that I said he left, the new wife also left a review and said, we've been coming here for years and we love it. Lindsay Clancy trial, everybody. When I tell you you about to be sucked in, just go on TikTok. You about to be sucked in.
Yeah,
I'm sucked in.
Again, the first video I didn't check it out on TikTok. The first video I saw on Twitter, it was just a random woman that was just like, I can't believe I'm siding with Lindsay for this reason. And again, I had no knowledge of this case at all. I'm like, oh, this is strange. This is really strange. So man. By the way, hold up. Is that I can't share it here. So I'm going to share my screen briefly here. So this Kevin guy, is that this guy on the right here?
Who in the middle?
The guy wearing a suit. Is that Kevin?
No, that's not Patrick.
Or Patrick. I'm sorry. I keep saying
Kevin. No. That's not Patrick. I think that's one of her psychiatrists that testified.
Gotcha. Okay.
Patrick has no soul in his eyes.
Gotcha.
And has not been emotional when he's been in the courtroom, has not been emotional as his the things that have been reading about his children have been read out, has literally just been dead behind the eyes. So that's another reason why everybody's like, you have no sense of emotion that you found your 3 kids dead, and years later, there's nothing there.
So there's a general consensus that by the general public,
he did it.
That Patrick did it.
Because again, it makes the most sense that he would have did it. Again, he had the motive, the means, the opportunity. She was just really, really going through it. And plus, her journals revealed that she wanted a 4th child as well. So, yeah. When we come back from, just go look. Let
me do some studying. I might have some thoughts tomorrow. I'm back with you tomorrow. Let me do some studying on this.
When we come back from the break, we will talk about how America's favorite show is now mainstream AA. My little internet show, my little favorite show is now mainstream. We're going to talk about it, and I'm going to give you my good spiral, bad spiral of the day. And then Kyle Cornell with Unfiltered will be coming up at 9 o'clock, and AA will be back at 11:30 to I don't even know, y'all. The rundowns that I was seeing while I was on vacation, one of them I had to literally say, yo, I'm on vacation, but this looks insane.
I know which one. Matter of fact, you want to see what's coming up on my show tonight? You just want to see it?
Sure. Advertise what's coming up on the show.
All right. We are marching towards mid-August, and hopefully you guys had a great weekend. We talk about the Browns and how they looked against the Chicago Bears. And a big week for the Cleveland Browns. They're going to have joint practices with the Buffalo Bills. So we'll break down how the quarterbacks look. We'll break down how the rest of the roster look. Tom Monken's first preseason game as head coach of the Cleveland Browns. How's the operation of the offense? That's a big topic of discussion. We'll get into that coming up. Also, the Guardians, did they get any kind of a W this past weekend? We're in some troubled waters here with our baseball team. I hate to say it like that, but it is true. And also, we get you ready. Week 1 of high school football. This is an exciting time of the year because 2 days are done. Now it's getting yourselves ready for the calls, all of that stuff. We are excited. We're back with you. Another great week to be great. Midnight Run comes your way Monday night, 11:30, right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Welcome back, you guys, to the Daily Spiral. Double A, our little show is now mainstream. Can you believe that?
I'm so proud we could call this our show. I'm happy. I have to play one thing real quick. One thing.
That shit empty.
Hilarious. Just a hilarious show. But what I'm talking about is, well, it took 8 years and 2 different networks, but yeah, they're finally there. Season 8 literally was viewed by, I think, over, what is it said? It said 8 billion hours or 8 billion minutes were watched. So it became Peacock's most watched show of all time. And like, that's crazy. But like, it's not even just that. So like, I mentioned a little bit, like Leah Kateb from season 6, her and Kenny have been going back and forth. Somehow, some way, Kenny got a platform after the things he did. Alandria and Nick, of course, are mainstream news. Like literally, I've seen People magazine covering them, and of course, they were seen at Jordan Wood's wedding this weekend. Alandria has been featured in Vogue. Like they've been all of them have been to every major award show. So yeah, like our little show is mainstream. I mean, like when I say it's mainstream, y'all. Like this is crazy.
Yeah, and it broke season 7's record, which a lot of people watch season 7. I mean, just to think too, because even if you just go by business, like Peacock, they have thrived off of sports rights, getting NBA and college football and Sunday night football, all that stuff. So to say that Love Island is the top show, the top program on that platform is incredible.
Yeah, like I said, it took 2 different networks. Again, CBS wanted Love Island to be Love version of Big Brother, which it kind of is. It's the Love version of Big Brother, right? You just take the showman's aspect of it and blow it up. But they just didn't know what to do because Love Island is not a network television show.
Well, let me ask you. I meant to ask you this. You were gone last week. Did you ever get into Big Brother at all?
No, nothing about it fascinates me. I've tried.
Really? Elaborate on that. What are you thinking?
Like, okay, what was the season? I tried to get into the season that Taylor Hale won. Couldn't do it. I thought she was great, but it's just the other people that just like make me mad, because it's like, okay, like it's just everybody in that show is just like makes me irrationally angry. I don't know why, but they all do. I tried during the Frankie Grande season. I even tried Celebrity Big Brother, and I just can't get into it. It's just not one of those shows where, to me, it's just like nothing. Like it just makes me more mad than it does like entertained. I don't like to be mad when I'm watching.
I think it's just one of those shows. I remember when I was younger, I watched the first episode, I was into it, but it's the cast. Like that's the type of show where the cast like makes the show. And I just think too, it's like
it's the same thing with Survivor. Like
it's the same thing with most shows. It's the cast, but especially with Big Brother, it seems now that you have Love Island, a show like Big Brother seems restricted, I guess.
Like I said, it didn't work on CBS because like Love Island was truly just like it just was being held back. You see how much they haven't held back since they got to Peacock, right? They haven't really held back. So when we look at it from a perspective, also you have to think about this. Love Island UK also built up a cult following. So a lot of people that started watching Love Island in the US were like, I know what the formula is. I know it works. This is not working. Also in the UK, after 9 o'clock, it can be aired on network television because they can cuss. They can cuss on network television in the UK.
Right.
You can't cuss on network television in the US. So moving into a streamer was genius. Bringing in Ariana, even better, especially at a time where her stock was just on the rise. I think honestly, like, shout out to you, Love Island USA. If you guys don't know, on Monday, August 31st, in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from today, we will be live reacting to the Love Island reunion. Now, again, we already kind of got a spoiler that somebody cried. There was a lot of tears. Andy Cohen was talking on his radio show. He's talking to Jeff Lewis. He said that production said that this was the best Love Island reunion yet. So I'm kind of curious. He said there were a lot of tears. And of course, like I said, during my little recap of what I missed, Corbin and Parmita have broken up.
Yeah, they broke up, and then I'm intrigued. There's someone on the show who stormed off the reunion.
Oh yes, it was a rumor because there was a live studio audience, which, by the way, every reunion show has had live studio audiences, guys. Like, most of them do. It was a rumor that Trinity stormed off, but Trinity came on her channel and was like, y'all, this didn't actually happen. People are just like dishing out rumors. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna give you my good spiral and my bad spiral of the day before Kyle Cornell comes in here and tells you the news. Bad spiral of the day: death of Hayden Panettiere. R.I.P. my girl. Bring it on. All or Nothing. I rented it from my local discount drug mart. My mom definitely didn't know what that movie was. And
it did not save you to run around, I guess.
No, 11-year-old me was obsessed with that movie. I ran that movie into the ground. Good spiral though. New X-Men cast, and we got all of the dates of the upcoming Marvel movies that are be coming out later on in the week. I will be, you know what, later on in the week, I'm gonna do a full show that is just all the Marvel and Disney D23 announcements because it was that much.
I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait.
But tomorrow, Double A, I'm gonna give you a little preview. I'm gonna give you a little preview of tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say homework. I'm like, Autumn, you just came back. We are not doing homework.
I should give you homework. Okay, I should give you homework. I should give y'all homework every single time because I cannot be the only one on this show putting in work. Okay, but Double A, I want you to go on Amazon Prime. I want you to look up a TV show called Sterling Point. Watch the first couple episodes. First two. First one is slow. Second one picks up. Watch the first two. And we're going to talk about it tomorrow because I'm
not supposed to have Amazon Prime. I'll look at it. Because
I think there is I'll explain it tomorrow. But
okay.
Your homework is to watch the first 2 episodes of Sterling Point. They're not that long.
This better be good. Because the last show you sent me, I just saw dudes' asses. This better be
Shout
a good
out to
show.
Heater Rivalry. Shout out to Heater Rivalry.
All I saw was hockey and ass.
Heater Rivalry season 2 started shooting today, guys. But Kyle Cornell is up next, and I will see you tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Kyle, you hear this? This better be a good show.
I heard hockey and ass. Yo, what are we talking about, guys?
Let's talk about Heater Rivalry. Heater Rivalry, great show, beautiful show.
Heater Rivalry, Double A versus a tape measure.
Hey, we're not doing this right now. We're not doing this.
Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow with Double A. We will be back. By the way, also we switched around. Double A Monday and Tuesdays. Chad's Wednesday and Eli is Thursday and Friday.
Now, real quick before everybody goes, I think it's my job to switch the studios. Let's see how this goes.
Oh, you're going to do it?
Me. Okay.
It worked.
Is it? Did he get it?
Yeah.
I think he might have.
I think that's it. And then, man, this is where Eli comes in. Kyle, you know where your intro is, right? You want to play your intro and then you take over from here?
All right. I appreciate you both.
Bye, guys.
No, I can't even
See ya.
If you got still audio or not. You tell me. Thumbs up. You guys still hear me?
Yes, we can. I can hear you.
All right,
yes.
get out.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Double A. Bye, Autumn. Had a great show. Good job. All right, guys. Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Right now, we are going to do what we do best, and that is give you the latest when it comes to news, talk, sports. But first, we have to play the ID, play the intro. You're watching the one big ass mega stream here on the Inside Edge Network. Don't touch that dial. We get into the latest news, talk, sports, and everything else right now with Unfiltered.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
With that, welcome in officially, guys. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Monday. Yeah, start of your week, August 17th, 2026. So happy that you are with us, as always, here on the program. Oh, look at that. They're so sweet. I even have my banners all up and everything, too, which means I know exactly where everything is. And that means you need to like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything in between. You want to go live. Hey, we're live from 8 until past 1 a.m. now, weeknights. That's crazy. So make sure you always know when we're on live here by liking and subscribing. Also, check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, one-stop shop for you, whether it's full personality profile breakdown of everyone that's on the network, the full show rundown, get to know when our daily shows are and the weekly shows too, everything from the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast, the Legal Formation, and everything in between. Also, the partners page, which is huge. A great chance to take advantage of those promo codes you see in the commercials we have for you. Different links to like Fanatics, all these different sites to be able to take advantage of what our partners can do for you. Is there, and the merchandise store. If you want to look at the cool prepping Inside Edge merch, head over InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And finally, a big thank you to Roku, another sponsor of us here at the Inside Edge Network. We have an app through them. That's right. You can download the Roku app and take us anywhere. Just search Inside Edge Network, whether it's on your phone, your TV, wherever, cooking dinner, you're out at a park somewhere watching your kids and you want to be entertained. Inside Edge Network, just search it there. We got you covered. A lot to get into, as always, here on the program today, guys. But first, we got to talk about the Browns. I feel like since I've moved into this spot in the evenings, and because most of these shows, minus Autumn, for the most part, she gets into some sports. But like, when it's not the Love Island 2.0 show, there's some sports or some things sprinkled in, all that good stuff. But I feel like I need to kind of have a sports story. And normally, because this is a news-based show, I could talk about the Clippers thing with Kawhi Leonard, ESPN putting out the article, the NBA telling them you're full of shit. That was fun to watch. I don't know about you guys. I just enjoyed watching the back. It was great. But maybe what wasn't as fun for some people was watching the Browns and that guy right there, Deshaun Watson, play quarterback. If you were in our group chat for the Inside Edge Network, you would have thought this dude went like 1 for 15. Had like 3 interceptions. Double A said he looks awful. I'm like, oh, you must be playing like shit. It's the second quarter. It's got to be so bad. I look at the score. They're winning the game. They're winning the game. And he's 11 of 15 for 128 yards. Like, I think he had a fumble. And that was it. And then I watched the tape. I watched the clips of the game because I'm not a Browns fan. I'm not taking the time to watch that shit live. So I watched the clips afterwards. He looked good. He was getting rid of the ball. I think he had one play where he ran into the line because he didn't see 2 open receivers, which that's Deshaun Watson. But like, he looked okay. He looked pretty good. Listen to sports talk radio this morning and throughout the afternoon. Oh, well, I guess he's the lesser of two evils. Okay, dude, shut up. Like he looked really good. He looked really good in his role. He did his thing. He was out there with their ones. He played against the Bears' second string people. Whatever. It doesn't matter to me. It's tape on the field. You can only play who's in front. Yeah. And he looked good. Shador still had some issues. And Deshaun, I'm giving you the unofficial stats because I didn't care enough to look them up. 11 of 15, Deshaun Watson for like 128 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. Didn't get sacked. I think he had like 3 carries for 4 yards because he's still trying to be the mobile quarterback. It really worked out too well for him. But hey, he completed passes and looked halfway decent. And what I can remember, I believe the Browns were up at halftime. So at least they were winning the fucking game. But people are going to be overly critical because you have all this room to be so concerned about, well, he didn't complete that one pass over the middle. It was short. He ran into the offensive line and only got a yard. Fucking excuse me? Be grateful that he actually played halfway decent and didn't look like he just tore both of his Achilles, which he did not too long ago. Shore came in, I think he was like 6 of 11 or 7 of 11 for like 79 yards. He had a couple decent completions. Had the interception where he overthrew his receiver by about 5 yards over his head. That was fun. I've only been like saying this should be the guy, which again, if you're looking for a potential long-term solution, I think you're more likely to get it from Shador because Deshaun is Deshaun. And by week 4, he's either going to be carted off the field or he's going to throw 3 interceptions. And you'll, what the fuck do you do now? But Shador did what Shador does. He held onto the ball too long. He had a couple good plays where you saw some actual like, oh, there's something there, and then he did that. The best Browns player, I think, maybe on either side of the ball, and I think Eli is probably doing backflips right now because his Corey Coleman prediction from back in, what was that, 2016, 2017, doesn't look like it's going to carry over into Casey Concepcion because he had like 3 catches for 27 yards and he ran for a 14-yard touchdown. The Browns' only touchdown. He looked like a number 1 receiver. I almost rival to say he kind of played like a Deebo Samuel role if Deebo was like 30 pounds light. Which is not me calling Deebo fat. He was just a bigger kind of guy. But see how it goes in San Francisco this time. But nevertheless, he looked good. Denzel Boston wasn't in for too long, but he had a big catch and a comeback. He looked like a professional wide receiver. Jerry Jeudy caught a nice pass over the middle from Deshaun. By the way, most of those catches and all that stuff from those receivers came from Deshaun Watson. He actually looked like he was in sync with them. Judkins was mid. Dylan Sampson looked great, which that's what Dylan Sampson does. He looks great in the preseason and in the first game. Then the rest of the season, he kind of just like stalls out. He'll catch like 60 catches, though, as a running back. You'll love that. The check down will be there. Harold Fannin had a drop on the 3rd down attempt. That's what led to the Browns to their only other points of the game, which was a field goal. And then the Bears, obviously, their backups. It's Case Keenum. It's those kind of guys. They're going to just wipe the floor with the Browns. 34-10 was the final again in that first preseason game. It's not about wins or losses right now for Cleveland. And honestly, let's be real here. During the regular season, it's not about wins or losses either because we know they're going to fucking lose them. It's more about how the quarterback looked in progressions and the system. Are they getting the ball out? And Deshaun had the one play, like I said, where he kind of ran to the offensive line and got a yard. But other than that, Deshaun Watson was getting the ball out. He was making timely passes, and the receivers were getting open. It wasn't a thing like before where like you're like questioning, do any of these receivers deserve to be in the NFL? Because they're just not getting open at all. And he's having to try to make magic, or Shador was having to try to make magic out of nothing. And you can understand why it'd be a struggle at that point for a quarterback when your receiver can't even get 2 yards of separation from the. They were getting open and they were getting hit. They were making plays. Dylan Gabriel played, but no one gave a fuck. That was later on, I think 4th quarter. I love it when the 3rd stringer gets action. That's great. He's going to look really good in an Atlanta Falcons uniform when Kevin Stefanski comes to his senses and trades for another lefty quarterback who's undersized. Can't wait for that. It's going to be. On the bright side, Browns fans, it could always be worse. You could be my Saints. Have our star receiver, Jordan Tyson, who we drafted right before you, be out for 2 months with a hamstring. Because, I'm cursed. But that's, I have my run with Drew Brees, and now I'm fucked for the rest of my life. So that's cool. Saw one, though. That's cool. One day I'll tell the story about that Super Bowl because my uncle was with us. We were watching it because it was the Saints versus the Colts in 2009. I think I was like a sophomore in high school. And I'm like, Saints, Saints, Saints. He was like, we're going to fuck it up. I'm like, shut up. We ended up winning, obviously. So I still throw that in his face. What were you expecting? Like, were you expecting Deshaun to go out there and, I mean, he completed it. I can do the calculator right now because this is my old work laptop and I'm pretty sure the calculator saved in here. But also, things are running slower because it's a mega stream. Look, the calculator. I don't know what 11 divided by 15 is, but it's a high number. Like it's got to be in the 70s, I would think. It's 11. It didn't even take it. That sucks. Hold on. It's because I did percentages. See, I'm stupid. 11 divided by 15. 73% completion. Last time I checked, that's elite. What is he supposed to do? Like, I don't understand what was enough because he didn't throw a touchdown. Who knows what would have happened if Farrell Fannin held onto that ball on the third down? Maybe he could have drove. He was having momentum. They were playing well on offense. The only points they scored were when Deshaun Watson was in the game. Am I saying he's the second coming of Tom Brady? Of course not. But I mean, like, he played well enough. And I get it. He got a bunch of handies from massage parlor people and all that stuff a bunch of years ago, and we're still holding over his head. And they halfway kind of sued him, and he's a bad person, and maybe he is, and there's usually somewhere in the middle. Like I said, all the way back then, there's a gray area. You know, half the girls probably were like, "Oh, he's going to take care of me," because he said that, and then he decided to ghost them, and they got mad. That's why they settled within like 5 minutes. Like, I mean, sure, publicly he looks like an asshole. Sure, whatever. I mean, and I'm sure there's traits of that too privately. But I also remember the same guy that was raised by all women, that played for the love of the game through Clemson and in the first couple of years in Houston, where it was like this guy just loves football. And he was at that point in 2019, and I'll stand by this, he was arguably a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. At what was he, 24, 25 years old? I mean, the talent has always been there. It's this. It's this for him. Can he get over the injuries? Can he get over the people booing him at home? Because they're going to. They want Shador to win the job. But he has more talent than Shador does. I think Shador is a harder worker. I think it's not talked about because he likes having a brand too. Because God forbid these guys actually utilize the fact that they are professional athletes and they get followers and they get a following and they make money outside of football, right? That 5th round draft salary is really going to pay for all that shit, right? No, he needs to make money on the outside too. He's not making the Deshaun Watson 5-year, $230 million guaranteed deal. He's making 5th round quarterback money, which in NFL terms is chump change. It's nothing. So yeah, I expect Shador Sanders to go out there in his driveway and have his jerseys or whatever it is, or like, do like whatever he's going to do to get over on the social media stuff. Deshaun's the opposite. Deshaun was the guy that needed to be in the gym, needed to get his head right because he's got the money. He doesn't have to play another down. We've talked about this before. He's made more than enough money playing football. And the endorsements before all the allegation stuff that happened. He's made hundreds of millions of dollars. He's good. Now it's about, do you really love this? And I think you guys saw on Saturday a glimpse of what that quarterback used to look like. Is he ever going to be the guy that runs for 60 yards a game too when he's this dual threat monster? Probably not. Like, what you see is probably going to be what you get now, as far as he's got to be able to complete a lot of passes. That completion percentage has got to be up in the 70s because he's not going to throw for a lot of yards. He's not going to take a lot of crazy chances. His arm isn't like this amazing cannon. He's not Pat Mahomes. He's not, Justin Herbert. He can't sling the ball 75 yards like it's nothing. I mean, he's going to have to be smart and make plays. And Shador had to be perfect for this camp. Anthony said it best. The boys said it best when they brought Deshaun back. They didn't cut him. They kept him through all this stuff, through the injuries, through everything. And the reason why they hired Todd Monken was because they had a plan for Deshaun Watson to start. If Shador played out of his mind and just played better, okay, well, we have no choice. We got to put Shador. But like, we want Deshaun to be the guy because we paid him all this money. It's the final year of the contract. We want to see this investment pan out in some way. Otherwise, we really look fucking stupid. But let's be honest, the Browns, they always kind of. But still. I saw exactly what I thought I was going to see. Maybe I would have expected Deshaun to make another mistake or two. For the most part, he looked good. He plays the entire game. He throws for about 220, 230 yards. If he completes 70% of his passes and has no turnovers through the air, you're happy with that. People lost their mind over Baker Mayfield throwing 24 touchdowns and only having 6 interceptions. I think it was in his 3rd season. Think about that. 16-game season, Baker threw 24 touchdowns. That's less than 2 a game. He just didn't turn the ball over, and Browns fans were about to anoint him the new chosen. He was about to get a banner next to LeBron. Like, the bar is not fucking high in Cleveland. It really isn't. Do what Deshaun did in that game, and they're going to win some games this year. And that's probably the biggest fear out of a lot of people in sports talk or whatever who cover the Browns is Deshaun having a halfway decent season, because it is a contract year for Deshaun. If he wants to play football again, period, he's got to play like, because no one's going to sign him. If he goes out and he lays an egg and they go 1-3 or 0-4 in the first 4 games and he plays like garbage and they sit him, he's done. No one's going to pay that dude to play quarterback. I take that back. He'll be in the USFL or whatever the Rock's new league is that they combined or whatever. Whatever, USFL, I don't know what it's called. He'll play for the San Antonio Brahmas or whatever. The Washington Renegades or whatever. He'll be in the Canadian Football League. He'll take the Johnny Manziel. When he's so happy to pee in a cup because he knows he's about to get suspended, that he says, "Hey, deliver it. Don't even have just sniff it." I can't. Johnny Manziel puts out a clip every other day that makes me just lose my. He's still in it, but like, what? Leave a comment. Now they're open on X, on YouTube, whatever. We always got a few people. Mary Kay is investigating a water or a wet ball gate. Yeah, with Shador flipping the ball, which Chase Daniel actually put out a really good synopsis of why Shador was doing that. He said the only thing he could really think of is because if the center is like really sweaty, sometimes the ball will get wet, which again, big meaty men handing a ball out to another guy who's not as meaty makes a lot of sense. He could be sweating. He could be a little perspiring going on there. You know what I'm saying? So like, of course, you're trying to get the ball, shake off some of the wetness, whatever it is. Sure. Or again, Shador's just quirky, and that's just what he does. I don't know. But I mean, it's a good point. Raul had another one. G. Bush is working on 18 weeks of Shador propaganda. He has talent. Shador Sanders has talent. I told you guys from the beginning, whenever I made the executive decision to have to fucking talk about Browns because I don't like doing it. But like, he's got talent. He's not a 5th round quarterback. There's a reason why Kuiper had him as a 1st round guy. A lot of these guys did. And it's because he is who he is. He's the son of a former professional football player who is one of the most popular players of all time. He was starting from behind the 8 ball when it came to the public image side, where people were not happy with how he went about doing things, whatever it was. So he kind of got blackballed with that. But he's got that talent. He's got that skill. He didn't have a chance to really display that last year because he was behind the 8 ball from how Kevin Stefanski laid everything out, not getting any reps with the ones, not getting any opportunity, having Dylan Gabriel start before him and having a terrible record, keeping and staying with Dylan Gabriel, drafting Gabriel in the 3rd round, which nobody had Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round. They could have drafted Dylan Gabriel in the 5th round. Honestly, they could have. They went this route. He's got a lot of talent. I just don't think the Browns are going to be the team where he really is. It's kind of like Baker. He could have really good games. He could have really good stretches, whatever it is, but he needed to kind of find that new situation to really hit home. And he found it. Now, it took a couple different teams before he got there. He had to go to Carolina, then he had to get fucking ousted and go to LA, play halfway decent. And then Tampa, which ironically enough, him and Baker are having issues now. But post Tom Brady, he made Tampa relevant. A couple playoff appearances, deep one of those years. I think he got to the NFC title game one year. Like he made a push and he played really good football. but it took time to find that true spot where he was able to excel. I think Shedeur needs to be on a team like Minnesota, a team like the Rams, a team like San Francisco, one of those teams that has a quarterback guy that can really work with him. Because Todd Monken's a good offensive mind, but I don't think of him as like this quarterback whisperer. Shedeur needs one of those guys to get over the top, or he needs his dad to come coach. Otherwise, he's going to have a kind of big career. I'm errant for saying that. Each their own. Feel free to leave your reaction to the Browns in the comments. I won't read them because we're done talking about it. When we come back, news, important shit that's going on. Block cameras in the news again, and a way to figure out how you've been tracked by one. I've got some info for you guys on that. Because it's something, trust me. Also on the program today, which we didn't normally, we kind of teased at the beginning, an update. Remember, we had that story for you guys, the Hamden Fire Department over in Geauga County. We've got the employee. We've got the whole story about the embezzling. We know why. He was indicted today. We'll talk about that. Crazy story out of a small volunteer fire department. Just blows my mind. We'll talk about that. We'll have news and notes. You heard Autumn mention the two Hayden Panettiere passing away. We'll talk a little bit about her and her legacy. And gosh, we had to know a little bit more about what happened too with all of that, which is really sad. I don't know if you guys saw this hotel fire in Elyria. I got the video, the drone video, courtesy of News 5 Cleveland. We'll have that for you. Crazy story out of Pennsylvania. A boy went fishing, but he caught something that really expect to catch in a lake in Pennsylvania. Also, the viral video of the night and the picture unveiling of the meme of the week. Chad Bryan does not go unscathed anymore. I dug deep. I found something good. We're going to have all that for you coming up here on Unfiltered, guys, all along the Inside Edge Network. We are back after this. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Monday, start of your week, August 17th, 2026. Hope you had a great day at work today, or if you're in and you're currently on shift and you're watching, well, thanks. Maybe you should get back to work. But you can obviously listen to us too. We're all over the place. I think YouTube is doing things soon. We can just have it up in the background as audio. Don't worry about having the video up. So if you want to listen to the dulcet tones of my voice, maybe find that way to do it as well. But always appreciate you guys. And hey, you can download the app over on Roku. That's the best way to do it as well. So that way you can just listen to us if you are on the job, if you're doing things. I know Double A used to listen to the 5 o'clock show here on Filter when we were back at 5 o'clock. It feels like ages ago. Turns out it was only 2 weeks ago. Still, when he was at the gym listening to it. So anywhere you go, you can find us. Just save yourself a favor. Just like, subscribe. Punch the notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different socials as well. Let's talk about flock cameras. They're in the news again. Obviously, a lot of people, a lot of opinions on what's going on with these bad boys. And yeah, it could be a little much. And I kind of, we went through the entire debate about this before, about how this should be, if we're comparing it to a hammer, this should be the cushion on the hammer. The hammer should be law enforcement. The cushion is something that helps you not get carpal tunnel when you're a carpenter after using the hammer for 5 years, that kind of thing. This is a way for law enforcement to help in certain situations that would require it. Mainly, this is supposed to be a license plate. It's supposed to catch people that have expired licenses or plates or whatever it is. That's the main purpose of all this. And now it's being kind of repurposed into the safety aspect of this with law enforcement. And again, for every story about someone saying they fucking hate it and it's awful and we have no privacy, there's another story that's put out by one of the TV stations about how, oh, the flock cameras led to the catching of a carjacker who had robbed 2 people at gunpoint. Like, you see a little bit of everything with this. But there's a new way to check to see whether your car has been searched on Flock. It's a website. Have I been flocked? Yeah. I'm going to click the link off camera so you guys aren't going to see this. You can still see the picture of it, obviously, on the screen. I'm just curious to know. It's haveibeenflocked.com. It's all lowercase. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. You can legit just enter in your license plate number and search. Pretty simple. But it gives you kind of a peace of mind, I guess. It's compiled public records covering nearly 4.7 million license plates and 241 million flock searches. Again, you can enter your license plate information to see if it appears in the records. A match does not mean you were under investigation. So before you freak out when you enter it in and you're like, oh, what the hell? Like you're fine. You're not in trouble. At least that we know. Unless you did something wrong. Maybe you are. I don't know. It just simply means that your license plate was searched the Flock system. So yeah. Again, the tool comes as Flock Safety faces growing scrutiny over privacy and surveillance concerns with protests erupting in communities across the country. Not sure if we've had one here in Cleveland yet, but honestly would not be surprised if we have one soon. There's not a lot of people are heading this. The ACLU is getting involved in all this too. They're saying Flock is a civil liberties threat. Over in St. Petersburg, Florida, nearly 100 people protested Flock members over the weekend. Similar demonstrations have taken place elsewhere, including Fargo. Although, no, this is, yeah, I could see that being a thing. Fargo has the distinction of being a blue city inside a very red state. So it's very fun to watch the people, because if you live in Fargo but 10 minutes away from downtown or even 5 minutes from downtown, you're a Republican. Like it's so to have the infringement of privacy and all that stuff. And Fargo PD does a great job. Like the chief, they have a new chief out there. Also, the Cass County Sheriff Jesse Johnner, amazing person. They do a great job out there. But like, this could be one of those things that could assist in some of this stuff. Again, there's also been protesters from opposite ends of the political spectrum clashing over the technology in places like Fargo too, because they also have NDSU over there, and that's a very liberal college. So like you get the whole game. Police departments continue to argue that cameras can help them solve crimes, locate missing people, and identify vehicles connected with investigations. Critics, including the ACLU, say the growing network poses a serious threat to civil liberties. However, Flock is responding to some of this, saying that they're going to be making several changes to their system beginning January 1st. Because I guess August 17th, I guess, not sooner. They have to wait 4 or 5 months before the year's out to do it. So, the company plans to, and I quote, this is from them, reduce its standard data retention period from 30 days to 7 days. So instead of taking in license plate information for a full month, it will refresh after every week. So less time. Tighten requirements for why officers conduct searches. So it can't be like, hey, I'm bored one day, I want to do a background check. Hey, I'm bored one day, I want to look through all the fucking license plates that went through this camera at this intersection. You can't do that. You have to have an actual reason. Make an auditing tool mandatory to flag unusual activity. So if someone is abusing this and doing too much, or a law enforcement agency or whatever it is going too far, they can be audited, they can be pulled back in, they can be reined in, they can maybe possibly, I would imagine if that's the case, I don't want to speak for them. I'd love to get somebody from Flock on so we can actually have this conversation. We're just a simple bird podcast here on the Inside Edge Network. We're just a little potatoes, right? Fuck you. But we can, at that point, you'd imagine they'd be able to take licensing away and not let them have access to it for a certain amount of time, a probationary period, whatever. Potentially lock users out when suspicious activity is detected. Answered my own question. So if law enforcement, if whoever has access goes too far, you're able to kind of rein them in. Flock CEO Garrett Langley, who's not related to Ella, has also issued a warning to anyone who abuses the system. Quote, you will get caught. What they didn't tell you was they had the Cops theme song playing in the background. What you want to do? The ACLU has raised additional concerns about how law enforcement use the technology, while immigration and customs enforcement, that's ICE for people that like to spell instead of talk in full sentences, cannot directly access Flock's system. The ACLU says local police have conducted searches on ICE's behalf. It's more of a police department issue if you don't like ICE than it is ICE. That's this crazy thing in the law enforcement world called coordination, where departments work hand in hand to figure out what the fuck's going on. Just saying. It's not new. Happens a lot. Flock says it has now roughly 120,000 cameras across 49 states. Oh, to be the one that doesn't have it. I'm going to guess either Hawaii or Idaho. Just going to roll the dice on it and see what happens. Dozens have ended their relationships with the company since the beginning of the year over concerns that mass surveillance and data privacy is an issue. Langley has also pointed to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Again, I haven't gotten into this because, it's a big thing. I probably should at some point. I just can't be bothered to. There's other stuff going on locally that's more important, including this. As an example of how flock cameras could potentially help investigators, in an interview with Vanity Fair, who was just a little bit bigger than the Inside Edge, Langley said if flock cameras had been operating in Pima County when Guthrie disappeared, quote, we would have solved that case. We live in a world of woods and possibilities and not actual. That's totally fine. Again, he argues the cameras along roads near her home could have captured vehicles coming and going around the time she vanished in early February, potentially giving investigators a trail to follow. Again, Flock's new safeguards, if you're wondering, the list I had for you guys, they take in effect January 1st, but communities and lawmakers around the country continue to debate whether the benefits of the technology outweigh privacy. Again, as a tool for law enforcement, if we decide to shift towards that, I'm not as mad. But as what Cleveland is doing when it comes to potentially replacing police officers and deciding we don't need to hire 80 to 100 more that we're short-staffed on because we have these cameras, that's the problem. We need to have more officers hired, and that means stop treating officers like assholes. There's always going to be a few bad apples in the bunch, but it shouldn't ruin the entire tree, because it doesn't. In real life, if you'll pick an apple, get a bad apple, there's 80 more apples on the tree that are probably going to be good. Like, we have to stop characterizing a certain group of people for what they do based on a couple stories a year we get of people abusing them. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to fill these holes. We're going to have this giant need for law enforcement, and we're going to rely on fucking cameras instead of that. And sooner rather than later, we're going to have AI robots that are running around arresting people. I'm just predicting the next 50 years in the last 10 seconds. Another break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, we got to update you on the story out of Geauga County, this fire department. This is wild what this guy is accused of doing. He's been indicted today when it comes to monies being taken from the volunteer Hamden Fire Department. I have no words for once. We'll talk about that coming up here on Unfiltered all along the Inside Edge Network. Stay with us. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered here on the Inside Edge Network. So happy to have you with us here on this Monday, August 17th, 2026. If you're wondering more about me personally, second Apple Watch broke. So now I got this $12, $13 Amazon watch. It lights up. That's pretty cool. And you can swim with it. I took a shower with it today. It was great. Didn't break. Problem is, though, I have the wrong date. It says Monday, 8/18, not 8/17. So I almost said the 18th when I looked at my watch. And obviously, if you know Double A, if you've ever worked under him or worked with him, if you make one mistake, you get fired. So I'm very glad that I didn't go down that road too quick. That being said, because we're talking about him, I have to throw this picture up one more time. Look at her. She's so pretty. Antoinette Alfred. If you're wondering, if you're listening, it's Double A post or pre-workout Double A with a gut with a red wig. And boy, does he look beautiful. That was our meme of the week picture a few weeks ago. We'll have a new one tonight featuring a different member of the Inside Edge Network family. Someone who's found a way. I've been doing the show since the first week of May. I have not used a picture of him once yet. We're making good on leaving him out. We want to include. We're an inclusive network here. So one Chad Ryan will be featured tonight on the meme of the week picture. You'll be able to head over to our social medias, comment your caption below. Top 3 get featured on the show on Friday, so you have all week to think about your best stuff. Okay, so we have to give an update on the situation over in Geauga County. This dude, and I shouldn't poke fun at names because it's not his fault. This is what he's named, but still, it is funny. 59-year-old Richard Vander. He's got some issues. He was indicted today on multiple charges after he allegedly embezzled $1.6 million from the volunteer Hamden Fire Department. If you're wondering, the charges are aggravated theft of $1.5 million or more. It's a felony of the first degree. Yikes. Money laundering, third-degree felony, falsification and a theft offense, third-degree felony, and forgery, third-degree felony. He pled not guilty to the charges today, in case you're wondering, because whoever pleads guilty, right? Plead not guilty until you end up being found guilty. Jug County prosecuting attorney Jim Flays said it appears that all the money was used to cover Van de Vander's gambling losses. This is why people ask me, "Oh, do you have DraftKings or do you have any? Like, do you go to the casino?" I'm like, no. I always likened it back to the lesson my Uncle Sam taught me when I was younger, when I used to have the pro wrestlers. I had like the little guys you'd be able to like, play with and all that stuff. And I think I was in like 5th grade. He had a basketball hoop in his backyard. And I told him, I'm so good, whatever. He's like, "Oh, yeah, you want to bet?" And I bet that if I made a shot, he'd give me like $20. And if I missed it, he took my wrestlers. And I missed the shot. And I cried for like a half hour. And that's when I learned never to gamble, never to bet, wherever it was. I don't do it. Apparently, Mr. Vander never learned that lesson when he was in 5th grade. And now it's ballooned into $1.6 million of embezzled money. Plays added most, if not all, of Van de Vander's gambling activity took place at the Jack Thistletown Racino in North Randall, because if the shoe fits, put it the fuck on and walk around. There you go. He's the former treasurer and assistant chief of the fire department. Notice how I said former. Good God almighty. Following the arraignment, Camden Township Fire Chief Scott Hildebrand did not mince words when speaking about Van de Vander, who spent 38 years with the department before resigning before this all went down. He didn't even get fired. He left. Quote, "I can't believe that this guy called himself a brother and we depended on him. And he depended on us in many situations, life-threatening situations, to save each other's lives and have each other's back. He stabbed us in the back and in the front." On July 27th, that's when Hildebrand reported to the Jug County prosecutor that he suspected a major theft of funds from the department. Earlier that day, Van de Vander's attorney said he called her to report what had happened. He then called Chief Hildebrand to report the missing funds. Just a few days later, in early August, the department only had about half the money needed for payroll. That means firefighters weren't getting paid either, which is a big no-no. Quote, "I just can't believe that he waited until he bled us completely dry before he even confessed. And he only did that because he was forced. It was only a matter of days that we were going to know. We checked when the checks started files." He would say when the checks started getting filed. Investigators with the Jug County Prosecutor's Office then immediately started the investigation shortly after all this went down. According to a release from them, the funds were converted through a series of transfers and numerous checks from January 9th of 2023 through May 15th of this year. God. They were written by Van de Vander, and if the check required additional signatures, he forged other names. According to the prosecutor, a large chunk of the money came from a state grant the department received for the design and construction of the new fire station. People are pissed in Geauga County, I'll tell you what. The grant from the state of Ohio is for about $2 million and given to the department in a lump sum. A federal grant was for about $6.7 million. Hold on, let me take the picture off the screen so I can do this for a second. Otherwise, my son will be pissed. $6.7 million. Yeah, this guy's a piece of work. Van de Vander used about $800,000 of the state money on himself. That's part of that. I've shared the full story on our socials. We can get into it deeper, but long story short, if this is all true, which he called and admitted it, so pleading not guilty makes no fucking sense at this point. I don't know why. He's obviously going to just try and get lesser charges or get some sort of plea where he spends less time in jail, which, good luck, buddy. Kind of a piece of shit. Anytime it's with law enforcement or emergency personnel, you guys know me if you know me. I love them. I respect what they do. It's one of the hardest jobs, especially since 2020, to be in law enforcement specifically, but honestly, any sort of first responder, the medical side of things. I got family. My mom's a medical assistant. There's a different level of respect I have for people that do that. This is spitting at home by doing this kind of stuff. And it's embarrassing. It's sad. And this is not the Cleveland Fire Department where they have all these funds and all. This is the Hamden Township Volunteer Fire Department in Geauga County. If ever there was a time to call someone a sack of shit, I think we hit the point now. This is all true. Again, he's still got to go through the trial. He's got to get convicted. He's been indicted. He hasn't been convicted. Innocent until proven guilty, I understand. Still, when you admit to it, when you call and tell them the funds are missing, you kind of suck. In this case, a lot of. Final break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, news and notes, the viral video of the week, and the unveiling of the meme of the week picture. We got it all for you right here on the program. Stay with us.
All right. We are marching towards mid-August, and hopefully you guys had a great weekend. We talk about the Browns and how they looked against the Chicago Bears. And a big week for the Cleveland Browns. They're going to have joint practices with the Buffalo Bills. So we'll break down how the quarterbacks look. We'll break down how the rest of the roster looked. Tom Munkin's first preseason game as head coach of the Cleveland Browns. How's the operation of the offense? That's a big topic of discussion. We'll get into that coming up. Also, the Guardians, did they get any kind of a W this past weekend? We're in some troubled waters here with our baseball team. I hate to say it like that, but it is true. And also, we get you ready. Week 1 of high school football. This is an exciting time of the year because 2 days are done. Now it's getting yourselves ready for the calls, all of that stuff. We are excited. We're back with you. Another great week to be great. Midnight Run comes your way Monday night, 11:30, right here on the Inside Edge Network.
How's it going, everybody? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight for a fresh new week of Inside Edge Primetime. So much to talk about. The Browns played this past Saturday against Chicago Bears, and we have a lot of questions about the quarterback room, what it'll look like not only this year, but in the future under Todd Monken, and as we head closer to eventually the Dome in Brook Park. So we'll see what's going on there. And of course, we have to pay tribute to the late, great Tommy John. We'll talk about that tonight, Chad and I. A very historic run. We talked last night a little bit about Hall of Fame. Tonight, we're going to pay tribute to Tommy John, the pitcher. You know, obviously the injury and the surgery, but a very historic career. And of course, so much more to talk about when it comes to rivalry games. Are those going extinct? We'll talk about all that here on Inside Edge Primetime. Chad and I will see you at 10 p.m. to 11:30. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe at Inside Edge Net on all the socials so you know when we're going live.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
What is up, everyone? Final segment here of Unfiltered. I want to make sure Chad and Eli were awake. Bottom point. There he is. Yeah, he's looking at it. They'll join us in a few minutes here for Inside Edge Primetime. Don't want to miss that. It's going to be great. I may not have them join just because there's a chance I won't be able to hear. So we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, we have a few more things to get into. First off, this was sad. Aiden Panettiere passing away at the age of 36 over the weekend. Got some details too about this now that were released. Police officers and EMS responding to reports of an unresponsive female identified as Penetier at a residence in Greenville, South Carolina, around 1:51 yesterday afternoon. Yeah, there was audio from the 911 call talking about an overdose, cardiac arrest. She'd been very adamant about overcoming a lot of demons, working through drug addictions, and actually taking Hollywood to task a little bit for some of the treatment she went through as a young child star going up into her teens, everything in between. And personally, this one kind of sucked for me. One of my first crushes. Um, it wasn't a, it was a cult kind of movie, but I Love You, Beth Cooper was one of like my big like coming out. Like I knew for a fact, like, yeah, I love women. Like when I watched that movie, just because she was very attractive and keep it as PG as possible. People through. But yeah, really sad and just so much life. She obviously had a child too, and really unfortunate dying at 36. Hayden Panettiere. She had again, just going to be missed. She had a lot more life to live. She even said she felt like she had like a second life essentially to live after all the ups and downs and the drug issues and all that stuff. She really felt like she was finding, a new lease on life with getting sober, getting better. Just really unfortunate. More details come out, obviously. You guys can find them, but sad. Also sad over in Elyria today. This is a video from a News 5 Cleveland, some drone footage of this huge hotel fire. It happened in the overnight hours around 2 a.m. this morning, 1700 block of Travelers Lane in Elyria near the Midway Mall, the old Midway Mall location. Under construction, about to get things going. And, well, now they got to start from scratch, essentially, if not more. The fire was controlled by around 6:45 this morning. No word yet on any injuries. It was said to be vacant, which is good. But there was some concern there. And, yeah, you can see the images. I mean, just crazy what happened over at this hotel. Again, more details. We found out there's foul play involved. We'll keep you guys up to date here on Unfiltered. And special day fishing for this young guy over in Pennsylvania. It's not every day that you're fishing in a lake in Pennsylvania and to catch a piranha. Good God. Father and son fishing over in Ridley Park. Old Seamus Coffee started reeling in his catch Saturday morning. He and his father, Michael. Dude, he hooked something big. I was going to try and bite his damn face off. Good Lord. Piranha was caught. Crazy to think. Everyone's good. They found out it was a piranha by looking it up on YouTube, which is the most father-son thing you can do in 2026 is look up the catch on YouTube and see what you get. Crazy story out of Pennsylvania. We got to move through here. I want to see. I'm going to try to bring the guys in. So we're going to add Eli. We're going to add Chad.
Can you hear me?
Hold on a second. I can't hear you, but I'm going to do something different.
Okay.
Turn this
All
on.
right.
All right. You're in, Eli. I'm going to add Chad.
Can you hear me?
All right.
I can hear you from the laptop, so I can't hear you in my headphones, but I can hear you.
Well, you can hear us. You can somewhat hear us, which means we have somewhat of a success. This is like way better than like when I produced Unfiltered and you just never heard me. So we're making progress.
It was terrible.
Yes.
So bad. But the good news is we're about to transition into Inside Edge Primetime. Two quick things. First, we obviously have the viral video of the night.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's quick.
Oh,
Don't
man.
blink, you might miss it.
Don't blink.
Doom diddly, yo, what a day. Nothing could possibly happen to me.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Poor buddy.
One more time for the people in the back.
Doom diddly, yo, what a day. Nothing could possibly happen to me.
Oh, dude. Oh, no, man. That's why you wear the shell. Like the NFL players are doing it obviously early in the, Shador's getting to practice with the shells. Clearly that turtle's practicing with the shell. I mean,
The shell is bad.
gosh.
That would be like us falling like 50 feet, by the way.
Yeah.
Honestly,
okay.
you're right.
Like 8 times as
Chad's our Inside Edge Network scientist. He's like, he like breaks it down. He goes into space and all this other stuff and time machines. And I just sip Dr. Pepper. And when I'm out of that, another caffeinated beverage. And that's what we do. That's how we keep it rocking, Kyle. That's how we do it, man.
Speaking of Chad,
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
You have evaded me.
I'm very
for a
quick
long
at my
time.
old age. I'm very quick, yeah.
Oh no.
Well, guess what?
Oh no.
Time's
oh,
up.
No. Oh no.
Time's up. No
meme-
warning, just time's up like that. Uh-oh. All right.
Our picture of the week, unfiltered
Oh,
meme of the week, our picture we're using. Yeah. Look at that.
Yes. Yes.
Oh man, Chad,
Yes.
what were you thinking?
Chad the elf?
Dude, matching Christmas jammies, bro. That's what you got to do, man.
Dude, is
They're
that a
about to clock
onesie?
into a shift at JC?
No, it's not a onesie. Well, there's an unfortunate reason that's cut off where that is. I couldn't post that on social media, but
because you have a massive hog.
It came a little. That wasn't it, but yeah, it came. That outfit came a little smaller than it was advertised. But yeah,
Well, I bet it did. It's
when
because
the
your
daughter
hog
says,
is
"Hey,
too
we do
tight.
matching Christmas jammies." You do matching Christmas jam. I look amazing in that. To be honest with you, I look fantastic.
Dude,
Good shape.
I mean, look at the beard too. Like the beard's a little bit more grizzly at the time. Like,
Oh yeah,
you definitely were.
Chad,
that was like, yeah.
you got to grizzle
When
the
was that
beard.
picture
if you're gonna wear
taken?
the- What's that?
What, do you remember when that picture was taken?
I was 9.
Whatever, Chad.
I
Come
remember
on.
it well. Yeah, it was a yeah.
Checks out.
It takes a drink. He's like, yeah, you don't find that out. But here's the thing: is I've been talking to people, Kyle. I know we're about to transition over in a second, but that's okay. We know the guys that run from 10 to 11:30, so we can stay a minute. What we'll say
They're
is
kind of pricks. I don't know. You sure you're gonna be all right?
Yeah, they're not great.
Yeah, I know that blonde-haired one's a real pain in the ass. But I'll tell you. Anyways, I was talking to somebody the other day and I was like, yeah, and it's crazy that Chad is like, a little bit older than me. He's 47, just celebrated his 47th birthday. They go, hold
a little bit older than you.
Yeah, we're in our prime time. But like,
There's
so
a full kid that can drive and go to war in between your age group.
I understand that. But I told somebody this. I go, yeah, Chad's 47, just celebrated his 47th birthday. And somebody goes, hold on. And they just met Chad at Moonbash. They go, Chad's 47? No. No, he's not. I'm like, yeah, he basically reversed Foster Carmona as us. Like, Foster Carmona. Like,
did they think I was 60? How old did they think I was, man?
Was his real name like Felipe Hernandez, and he was
Roberto
actually 5 years
Hernandez. Yeah.
For some reason, I always had a Heredia in there, Kyle. So it's okay not to know. I don't know what I'm doing. For some reason, I thought it was Roberto Hernandez Heredia. I said that for years. I don't know why.
It sounds right.
I'm like, if you can make it up, I can make it up.
Chad,
the best thing is, it's not what it was. So whatever it is, it's different.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
They thought you were 32 years old.
Whoa, that's crazy.
They said at most 35. I said, yeah, that Just for Men's really working out for them.
Just for a minute. We got to get whoever it was. Do they know that there are eye doctors? There are places you can go.
They don't have vision. They don't have coverage.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's not comprehensive.
We're working on it.
Oh, no, I can't see. That's okay.
Look,
hey, guys, really quick before I forget to, I have to mention, if you guys want, again, the meme of the week picture is this.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really great.
That's awesome.
If you want to comment, you can do it on our social medias, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell on Facebook. It'll be up on the Twitter too, Unfiltered216. It'll be up after the show here once I get a chance to post it. You'll be able to comment your captions. The best top 3 and honorable mention get part of the show on Friday. So we want to get you guys involved with the program. You'll be able to caption this because, good God, I'm sure the minds are working like they're working for me. They got to be working for everybody else.
Oh, I picture like Buddy the Elf, where he's like, "You're a mean elf." That's crazy.
It's Buddy's slightly autistic cousin.
Wait, slightly? No.
No.
That outfit's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love the beard was so grizzled at the time too. They don't match at all. That's amazing.
Nothing says, something's awesome more like the guy that was wearing it. Yeah, dude, that was so awesome. So awesome.
I'm so happy I found that picture. Because he had a bunch of like wholesome pictures, you and your wife, your kids. And I'm like, okay, this is all bullshit. I got to find something good. And you know what? You go down south enough on the old loading screen on Facebook, you find some fun shit.
Yeah. Good job out of you, man. I'm proud of you. Good job out of you.
He was like Willy Wonka when the kids found the golden ticket. And then you scroll through the photos. He's like, oh my God. I got one. Kyle, you never fail to amaze us with some of the shit you find on the internet, our internet, social media pages, be more exact. But yeah, we appreciate you.
It's like flat cameras, no one's safe.
Yeah, and you know what? We wanted to say we're sorry that you had to talk about Cleveland Browns today. They did play, they're back in the fold, so we apologize.
God, yeah, you know what? And eventually, when we do this coverage at Brothers Lounge on Sundays, I may have to fucking talk about post game stuff. I told Double A I'm money for post game coverage.
Oh, yeah.
Game, it's, you guys know.
Yeah. We're going to build the morale up. We're going to be like, you'll have to hear it, Kyle. We're going to get to talk all about Saturday and so much more. And look, I have a feeling we'll both be here. All three of us will be here around the same times tomorrow. So,
I love it because pregame is like, I love the three shades of like what you can talk about on Browns game day. The pregame is like, it's all hope, right? It's like, here are the keys to victory. Like we talk about that. Like it's a thing, like it could happen. Right. And then at halftime, it's like, well, here's what they haven't done yet, but what they need to do because they're down 24. Right. And then after the game, it's like, well, shit. I mean, the whole tone changes. I love that.
It's like 18-year-old Eli. Here's the keys to victory, except for you lost your keys 2 weeks ago and you haven't told your pops that you can't get in the house. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I love it. Kyle Cornell, everybody, Unfiltered, obviously with you every day of the week, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. He's getting things heated up so we can jump in here into the inferno that is all of you. We're excited to talk with you and rock out for the next hour and a half. And yeah, Kyle, I feel like you have something else to say. I see you thinking. You have any final words?
I'm glad I could give people an alternative to Love Island Radio, which was obviously what Autumn was talking about the entire time. So it's good we were able to kind of shift into some more serious stuff, like the Browns.
Yes,
Browns.
Oh no.
Well,
Unfiltered host Kyle Cornell. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, 9 to 10 p.m. now here in the evening stream. We appreciate you always keeping us updated on the news, the Browns, and goodness gracious, what a fine buy. Maybe send that to me. Maybe I'll just every now and then I'll just drop that picture on chat after the meme of the week.
Hey, you can comment too, man. I'm not. Listen, it's all about inclusion.
Oh, I am.
I am. Want to get involved. I never want to say something.
Yeah, I might burn my own self on there. We'll see what I can come up with.
Yeah, that's right. Number one coming in from Chad Bryan. All right, Kyle Cornell, Unfiltered. We appreciate you so much. We'll see him tomorrow, 9 p.m. right here on the Inside Edge Network. Kyle, we'll see you Tuesday. All right. Kyle is out of here. Whoa, he's out of here. Boom. Chad Bryan and myself.
Hey.
We are ready to rock Inside Edge Primetime. Chad, we got to do a little switcherooski here, man. All right. We got to do.
Fair enough.
All right. That was easy. All right. Cool.
That was a big change. That was We still don't have a back. What are we doing?
We have a
we
backdrop.
Said
we have a no. Yeah, we have a backdrop. Don't do it.
Don't
do it.
All right. Our backdrop. Fine.
All right. On the count of three, we're going to hear the station identification and our pretty cool intro. Ready? On one. I was going to go 3, 2, 1 like I did the one time. 1, 2, 3. Inside Edge Prime Time coming right after this.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody. Another episode of Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right, which means I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle, saddle adjacent here for the start of your week. It's Monday. We are so excited to be with all of you here on the Inside Edge Network. We are rocking and rolling with you till 11:30 here tonight. Of course, the new time. We had tried it out last week. Got our legs stretched out. We got the extra half hour. We're feeling good. So we're back here with you, obviously. That's a new time. Get used to it here, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Hope you enjoyed the Daily Spiral earlier tonight. Autumn Chisholm back in the fold. Had AA with her earlier. Then Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell at 9 p.m. Kyle, of course, giving you your news breakdown, the Browns coverage, all that. Autumn with Love Island. And she also touched on the Lindsay Clancy case. A lot of stuff broke down there. We have a lot to get into here tonight. And then, of course, after us, 11:30 to 1 a.m., Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. If it's your first time here, hello, how you doing? If you have been here before, welcome back. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, follow at InsideEdge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live across all of the social media platforms. And make sure you check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can read about Chad Bryan, who is obviously most of your favorite Inside Edge primetime host, and that's okay. Because you know what? We show age before beauty. Or in this case, I'm handsome. But all jokes aside, of course, read about all your favorite personalities on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. AA, Kyle, Autumn, Papa Moon, TK Dandridge, who I was on earlier with, filling in for Chad on Illegal Formation. So check all that out. Go to our partners page. Go check out, of course, our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. Great live music, great food with Chef Win and Winning Bites. From burgers, nachos, fries, wings, so many great options. I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. But it's there on 11609 Detroit Avenue on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. A great time every time you step out there. Live music every night of the week. A lot of great stuff. Comedy on Tuesday. And then also, so that's tomorrow, comedy with Bill Squire in the concert hall. And then you'll have in the wine bar in the front stage, you'll have open mic with Porter Duncan. So get your music fix, get your comedy fix, get it all tomorrow and all week long at the Brothers Lounge, title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. We appreciate them so much and appreciate all of our sponsors. Of course, Fanatics.com, EllieRoseFragrances.com, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Couldn't do it without them and couldn't do it without you at home. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And of course, here are far, near, or there. We are right on your screen that could be square. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take it wherever. Take us wherever you're going. We want a disco. We need our travel points. We need the rewards. We need them. Take us with you. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. All right. Chad B was obviously taking care of business earlier, as we mentioned, on Illegal Formation. He is back here for prime time. He's ready to rock. Busy day for both of us, but we are excited to talk. We got a lot to get into. Before we get into any of that, Chad B, how you feeling?
Pretty good, man. Today's been a whirlwind. Just all the last second stuff before school starts back up for the kiddos, and did meet the teacher stuff tonight, and that's hectic. I told you earlier, I was like, I can't imagine how the teachers feel when they go home, because we met a couple of teachers, whatever, and talked to some people and had a couple conversations, and it just felt like everything happened. Like it felt like 3 hours of things happened in about 9 minutes somehow. I can't imagine how the teachers must feel going home, meeting all like a classroom full of parents and seeing whatever former students and things. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, man. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. How are you?
Cool. I thought you were gonna rebuttal yourself. I thought you were already in debate.
I thought about arguing with myself for a second, but then I'm like, that's pointless. But
did you think about the time at 4:23? That's time. And no, I'm doing good, man. I appreciate you asking. It's great, man. I got to see my niece and nephew earlier for a little bit. My sister stopped over, and I love it. Because my niece is always like, "Hey, Uncle E," and I'm like, "What's up? Let's go." And then my nephew comes in, "Uncle E, let's go play drums." So like whenever I get to play drums, and they're both loving to play drums, and they got their ukuleles. They're like little mini guitars. They got Papa Moon got them. I mean, like so many cool different things.
That's cool.
Just going on when it comes to getting to see my niece and nephew grow and get old. I don't want to say like get older because that makes me feel like I'm getting old, but it's cool seeing them just get their personalities, right? Like they're 4 and 2. So getting their personalities is so cool to see. And it always warms my heart. It was good to see my sister. So it was good. And then Papa Moon came home. We threw down some pasta salad and we had this hack now. I don't know. Somebody's going to roast me, some health expert, but we get like Nathan's hot dogs. And Nathan's, if you're listening out there, we would love to have you obviously come aboard as one of our partners of the Inside Edge Network. But with that being said, we air fry the hot dogs.
Okay.
So we air fry. Papa Moon, he's like, he reads on social media, like, cooking tips and different stuff, and he was reading. He's like, dude, we're going to air fry them. Then we're going to air fry the hot dog buns with them up, put them back in there. I'm telling you, I mean, we haven't got sick and they taste good and it's a pretty good alternative. So I think so far we're doing pretty good. We had that in pasta salad, and that's my long-winded answer of saying it's Monday and we're ready to rock, pal.
Nice. All right. Yeah, meme of the week was pretty exciting from Unfiltered. That was pretty cool. That was doesn't
even look like the same dude, man. Like you got like the big grizzly beard in that one. You got the short hair. I mean, you had a little bit more on the top of the hair now. Like,
yeah. Well, I used to sometimes in the winter, it's like, I don't, whatever. I wasn't on camera every day. I'm like, whatever, I'll let the beard grow, man. Face gets cold in the winter, whatever. We'll keep it warm. But now I got to keep it trimmed up. So,
are you reverse aging though? Is my question, because
you can see the gray. I mean, every time I trim this beard, more gray pops up. It was funny that you said just for men. I was going to ask you if you ever started to go gray. Would you dye your hair or no?
No, in fact, my goodness, we'll get into sports in just a moment here, folks.
Eventually.
But with that being said, hey, you know what? I think they come to kick it with us. Of course, we'll talk our sports. They come to kick it with us.
Let's talk about the Browns, right?
About a year ago, I thought about dyeing my hair silver.
Okay.
Like legit, like silver, like pure silver. Well, just because like I wanted, obviously, I make music and you like to mix it up a little bit sometimes as an artist, stepping out.
Yeah.
And I thought about just maybe dyeing it silver. My mom stopped me before I even got started. She's like, Eli, you'll never see blonde again. You'll literally never see blonde, at least not that blonde. You will not, like, your hair is going to run through some stuff. So I didn't. But to answer your question, no, I'll embrace it, man. I think it just shows your wisdom, right? Is that what they say?
I think so. Yeah. Or my age, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'll ever, first of all, I don't have the patience, right? Like what do you do? Like you brush it in and you got to like wait for it to sit. I would just end up rinsing it out. It would just look the same, but like what a waste of time and money, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. Well, hey, the good news is, bud, I don't think you have too many grays there right now. And, luckily for me,
maybe the light is good.
You've seen Pop Moon. Obviously, everybody sees Pop Moon Saturdays at 5 p.m. Real Talk with Pop Moon. Him and my mom are still doing pretty well. They still got, their normal hair color and not too much. Yeah. Pop Moon's beard is starting to get a little grizzled, but besides that, we're all right. I'll tell you who's grizzled, pal. I'll tell you who's grizzled.
Who's grizzled?
Browns fans. We have gone through the ringer, of course, and we're going through another one here. Preseason week 1 is in the books. The Chicago Bears defeated the Browns, the Cleveland Browns, that is, 34-10. And there's a lot to break down, right? Because
we're just going to move on.
Yeah. But if you think about it, the final score, obviously, and TK brought this up earlier on illegal formation. Don't get so caught up in the final score. Like this was a 10-10 game at halftime. And for all intents and purposes, the offense looked promising. Now, that's not to say the quarterback room as a whole looked promising.
Yeah.
But the offense looked good, Chad. And that's what I want to focus on the start. I'm going to hand it off to you. But a few things I caught attention of. One, Casey Concepcion is going to maybe eat my Corey Coleman 2.0 words immediately, it seems like. Which I'm okay with. But he gets out in space. He's shifty. He had that rushing touchdown, obviously, to get in the end zone. So already has got Pater in the NFL. And then you have Denzel Boston. And we're not looking for crazy numbers. I mean, this is like a guy that played, only a few series. He didn't play a whole half even, really. So for Denzel Boston, go 3 catches on 4 targets. That was impressive. That means he's hanging on to the football. And that's what I like to see. And I also liked later on in the game, Luke Floria getting involved. I mentioned on illegal formation. You have to go back and check it out, everybody, after we're done here tonight. And if you're up till 3 and 4 in the morning like Chad and I, go check it out. I mentioned Luke Floria maybe being able to jockey into it as a sleeper for that number 3 wide receiver position because Isaiah Bond, the Browns like him a lot, obviously. They spent guaranteed money on a contract for an undrafted free agent last year, undrafted rookie. But Luke Floria is an Ohio guy. Yeah. I'm not saying that'll be the deal breaker or the way that he gets onto the field. But if he keeps making plays like he did the other night, again, the throw from Shador, he went out and got it, made sure he secured the pass, something that we've really struggled with here in Cleveland when it comes to wide receivers, ball security, catching the football first.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how Floria's progression in camp goes. Right now, I agree with TK from earlier that, hey, right now I would imagine it's Boston, Concepcion, and Bond as your top 3 wide receivers, which makes you wonder where Jerry Jeudy's going to end up after these next few weeks of camp, after preseason, all of that. But Chad, those are just a few of my takeaways. We can dive into the quarterbacks, or you can maybe sprinkle a few more extra positive on. But you rip the Band-Aid off, or maybe you delay it. You let me know. What are you thinking? What did you take away from Saturday?
Well, I mean, okay, I thought it was good to get Quinshon Judkinson's. Wow. Let's try words again. I thought it was good to get Quinshon's. I'm just gonna go one name because two names are too hard right now. It's Monday. It's a Monday thing. I thought they got his legs loose a little bit, whatever, early on, gave him the ball a few times. It's good that he's healthy, right? It didn't really, I mean, whatever. He had 4 carries for 9. You're not gonna say, oh, he had a bad game, he had a good game, whatever. It was good to see him out there, right? Week 1 of the preseason, just good to see him getting out there competing and carrying the ball and hopefully feeling pretty comfortable. But yeah, Casey Concepcion, like just the creativity, I guess, to get him involved in a different way in the offense. Yeah, I mean, I would say the offense looked again. It's this Browns curse, right? Where there are flashes of like there's like a little bit of maybe a small amount of competence, right? And then there's like a bunch of steps backwards. And I know it's preseason, week 1 at that. And you've got a guy out there that hasn't played in 22 months. And then you've got 2 rookies, basically. I mean, well, veterans by NFL standards, but come on, they're second-year guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the quarterback room, yeah, we could dive in, but it wasn't overly impressive. I thought maybe, and I could be being really, really nitpicky. I thought Deshaun Watson was a little bit slow to a lot of his reads, a lot of short passes. He didn't really even look down the field. Whatever, that may have been the offense that they had designed to come out there and run for that first half of that game. Not want to open it up too much in week 1 of the preseason. But it just didn't ever seem like his eyes were down the field, right? Whereas like Shedeur comes in and almost immediately lets it rip on a post route to Luke Floyer, right? I mean, and by the way, for Floyer to get open on that post route, I thought that was impressive. That secured the catch. It was a nice throw.
Yep.
Sanders, stood in there and took the hit or whatever, knew he was going to get hit and still delivered the ball on time and pretty accurately. So I thought that was impressive. But again, it's going to be hard to say anything about the quarterbacks until you see them play in similar situations. And even that's hard because it's going to be a different team, different week, different matchup, different circumstances. But until we can see Shedeur Sanders play the first half, you can't really compare him to Deshaun Watson right now. But I just thought Watson was a half a step behind to his reads. And you saw he had a couple people hit pretty hard, right? On a couple completed passes. And again, that's me being really, really nitpicky. I admit that. But you want the anticipation to be there. You want it to be a little bit quicker. I know it's going to be, I guess it's going to come slow for someone who hasn't played in a really long time, right? At NFL speed. So maybe that's okay or whatever. I didn't think Sanders or Gabriel were really all that impressive, but you're playing with the second, third stringers and, in limited time. So I don't know. I just thought the offensive line looked okay at times. Looked like they might be able to figure it out. 5 new guys playing together. It's like, okay, well, maybe they've got some things going on. The running game looked, no one really broke a big run. It was just sort of there. I don't know what else. I thought Dylan Sampson looked explosive. He caught a 43-yard little screen pass and took it down the side. Whatever. That was great, right? He showed a burst there. That was exciting for a minute. I don't know. It just was a preseason game, and it's hard to get too up or down about anything you see there. I mean, yeah, the 34-10 loss, it looks bad, but reminder that the Browns team that went 0-16 went 4-0 in the preseason. So
right.
It doesn't really mean anything. Wins and losses here don't mean anything. It's building and progressing and just trying to put something together and I guess figure out who your starting quarterback is.
Yeah, and I thought there was a few different points, I noticed with the quarterbacks. So, we'll dive into there, a little bit more here. The timidness of Deshaun Watson too. Like, I understand this is an offensive line. We've talked about, and we even brought it up yesterday at main event. I'm a little concerned about competition as opposed to continuity and fluidity for this offensive line. This is a line that's never played a regular season game together. These 5 guys have never lined up and the same offensive line. We're also going to be fielding a rookie out there in Spencer Fano at left tackle. Yeah. This is, again, the second rookie we'll try to trot out there that maybe, just maybe, can be some semblance of Joe Thomas. We're never going to ask for Joe Thomas because you don't get Joe Thomas every 10, 15 years. It don't happen like that. But it'd be nice if he at least turns into a solid, if not great, left tackle. But I get worried sometimes. You heard about the competition with DeJuan Jones and Spencer Fano, and obviously Fano, it appears, going to win that competition, obviously. But you have that and other competitions, and I just start going like, I don't know if I think that's the right move because now you see a lot of kind of, they're still trying to figure it out on the line. So therefore, you have a guy who hasn't played in 2 years, and Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this just as the football player because it's so hard to separate the two because all the baggage he has.
Yeah.
But football player wise, go into his mind for a moment. He hasn't played in 2 years. He suffered multiple Achilles injuries. He's dealt with a lot of injuries in general over the last 6 years he's been in Cleveland. Yeah. He looks just timid back there. And for a line that's still trying to figure themselves out, you saw the fumble. He kind of like held on to, and then he just didn't want to get hit. So he threw the ball. And that's what caused the fumble. Obviously, he wasn't able to get out in time. So I think the timidness and the unsure nature of Deshaun Watson concerns me. But what's more concerning to me right now is Shedeur Sanders. And I've been a big Shedeur Sanders guy. And I understand we won't see we haven't seen the first half yet. Here's the reality though, Chad, to be honest with you, my bro, they may not even get a chance to see him in the first half They're splitting the reps, and Todd Monken mentioned that after the game on Saturday, I believe he mentioned about how, Shador's going to get the Monday reps, shells. And Tuesday, you're going to see, of course, Deshaun Watson with the pads. And then you're going to see Shador, and then you're going to see like split between Deshaun and Shador. There's a real opportunity that we don't even see Deshaun Watson on the field because he's named the starter by the end of this week of practices. By going into Saturday, we may know who our starter is. And it's because of plays like Shador Sanders sailing the ball over the receiver's head. Yeah. And I understand he's a young guy, but it'd be different. And I know it's not fair necessarily, at least to some out there, they're going to say it's not fair. They're not judging him correctly. But put this into perspective. Shador Sanders isn't the first overall pick. He wasn't a 15th overall pick. He wasn't a second round. He wasn't a third round. He wasn't a fourth round pick. Again, remember, everybody out there, go check the tape. I've been a Shador guy since he's been here. But let's just call a spade a spade. He is not, for whatever. I think it was weird that he fell to this round too. But then you see plays like this, and you see, at the end of the day, he's a fifth round pick. So the fact that he's still getting an opportunity to go out there and compete is more than what most fifth rounders can say in their second year of playing. And he has an opportunity to truly take it away from Deshaun Watson. The fans want it. The city clearly wants it. And I'd imagine the Browns would like to go, yes, we have a young guy we can believe in, and sign him to a deal instead of having to worry about signing Deshaun Watson or whatever in 27, the unknown. Yes, there's going to be good quarterbacks out there in the NFL draft. Yes, there's going to be free agents, whether it's CJ Stroud, depending what happens in Houston, Baker Mayfield. Other guys are going to be out there. But that's still uncertainty. Yeah. And the Browns are trying to at least figure out something here. Here's what I get concerned about, Chad. When I hear Shador Sanders, and of course he sailed the ball over the receiver's head, and you go, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You get frustrated because it's like you want him to just be able to just have one clean film tape, one game where it's like, from start to begin, from beginning to end, he looks sharp. And he had plays to Floria. He had some drop-offs, that he was throwing, and he looked good. And then that interception was everybody's going to remember because it was a play that completely killed the drive. And here's what I'm concerned about. Now, this came from Twitter. This game actually, it was aggregated to Calci Football, but it's originally from Cleveland's own Cameron Justice of Channel 5. So that's what we're going to give credit to, Channel 5, Cameron Justice. And then it got aggregated to a bunch of people. But listen to this here, Chad Bryan. Okay. Listen to this. This is Shador Sanders talking on Saturday after the game about what happened on that interception. And it may get a little hot here in the virtual studio after we play this. This is courtesy of Channel 5's Cameron Justice, here, Shador Sanders, about what happened on that interception.
What I see, the right read just slipped, It's the right read, it just slipped. So that's what makes me be mad a little bit because of it. But I don't, any decision I make, I know it's the right decision. I just didn't execute the decision, but the right decision was made. So every day I look and I see about decision making, like how's my decisions I'm making, and that's how I grade myself off of. Obviously, turn the ball over and all that stuff is not great, and it won't survive a long time in the league doing that. But as long as my eyes and my feet and everything was in the right place, being able to execute it just may happen. So I look at the positive of things, I'm alive, I'm breathing. I'm able to come up here and talk to y'all. So, I can't be that down.
Here's the problem I have, Chad Bryan. As a Shador guy, you're not going to get any more press conferences where you can just say the ball slipped and if everything's in the right spot and my feet and my arms and my shoulders and my body and my mid-torso and my head and my neck and my ears and my eyes are all in the right spot and the ball slipped, then what am I supposed to do? Again, to pivot back to what we just talked about before that video, again, courtesy of Channel 5's here in Cleveland, Cameron Justice, and we appreciate her. Now, here's where I'm at with Shador. You're a fifth-round draft pick. Whether you want to argue about this, we've talked about it. We've discussed how it was weird. But then you see plays like this and the nonchalant behavior, and it's like, I get it. Like, it's a beautiful thing. As we're big on mental health here. That's one of our pillars. So the fact that he is obviously positive, we appreciate that. We appreciate that he's looking at okay, I'm breathing. I'm able to do whatever I want to do every single day. I'm blessed. God's got me. That's amazing to see. I am not knocking that. It is amazing to see that he understands life's a beautiful thing. But when we look at it from the career aspect, which is you're expected to potentially become the next guy in Cleveland Browns quarterback history and hopefully the future, continuing to lead this team. Yeah. And you can't say that. You just can't say that. You cannot say what you said. You can't be like, well, the ball just slipped. It was the right read, but the ball just slipped. Imagine any great quarterback. And I know, okay, we shouldn't be comparing Shedeur to a great quarterback to this current time right now because he's still got a lot to prove. But that's what we expect. That's what we want to see out of the young guys. Them get to these great status. Imagine Tom Brady. Imagine Peyton Manning. Imagine even Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, one of these guys in the modern era. Right now, Joe Burrow saying something like that. It wouldn't fly. And it wouldn't fly if this was week 1 of the regular season and Shedeur was out there the whole time and that play happened and it cost us the Browns the game, stopped them from going down the field and scoring. And they say that after a press conference, it's not going to fly. And it's like, I have defended him and I'm going to continue to defend him when he's right. And when the media attack or whatever, the fan attack is crazy, I'm going to have his back. But I also have to call a spade a spade. And you can't just keep going, well, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. And then guess what? When you're unfortunately riding the pine and you're on the bench to start the year and I've said it yesterday on Main Event, I'll say it again tonight. He's probably not on this team if he doesn't get the starting job going into the regular season. You have nobody to blame but yourself. Yeah.
I like Shedeur a lot. I agree with you though. I don't think that, that's going to be looked at as an excuse. I mean, I like you said, it slipped. Isn't gonna. I just, you know what? I have to be better, and that's not going to get it done either, right? Just saying you have to be better isn't going to. Ask Kevin Stefanski. That didn't work, right?
Right.
And that gets old after a certain amount of time, right? But the whole, I'm blessed. Yeah, I love that. I love the outlook, but maybe separate that from the press conference, right? And take that with you and go home and drive home. And if you're happy, you're happy. I'm happy for you, man. I don't want you like. It's a game. It's a kid's game. You should probably be so stressed out that you're like losing your hair or your quality of life is going down. Right. But it gave, I'll see you in 19 weeks vibes to me. Yes. It just reminded me of the whole Donovan Mitchell thing that made me so mad with he had the Mets hat on. And it was just after losing to the Knicks and I am whatever happens. I don't care. I've already won at life. Doesn't matter to me. That's how it feels.
Yeah.
And I want you to be happy. You should be happy. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you're the quarterback for the Browns, if you're the starter, the 4th string. I don't care if you never take a snap in the NFL. You deserve to be happy. But I also want to see that you care a little bit about your craft. I want to see that. I want to see some dedication to being a better quarterback. I don't know. I'm conflicted on that.
I don't doubt that he doesn't want to win this job. I don't doubt that he wants to be a quality starting quarterback, but he has the swagger of his dad, Deion Sanders, without any of the accolades his dad has done in the NFL. Yeah. Like Deion stepped into the league and immediately produced. And I understand, again, circumstances, he didn't hit the field immediately, but then you start scratching your head and you had to call a spade a spade. And I keep using that because you have to. Yeah. Because it's like, maybe that's why he was a 5th round quarterback, because there were some errant passes at times. He didn't read the field all the way the best. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, he's nonchalant about it. And that's what's frustrating.
Cool kind of playful attitude. And that's fine. He doesn't need to be combative with the media, but also I think it gives an optic and optics are everything. Perception is so important, right? Because what people perceive is what they believe, and that's it. Right. And then when you live in the public, when you play these games in the public, I mean, your public perception is who you are at that point. It may not be fair, but it is what it is. And just to kind of give the air there that he's just whatever, it slipped. You know what I mean? Like, do another pick. That's crazy, right? Like, trust me, I made the read. There's no way to confirm that part. Like, we can't as fans, or you can't as coaches. I guess you could. Well, he doesn't have the GoPro. It's like you can't see what he's looking at. Right. You can watch film and reasonably deduce whether or not he made the right read. And I'm sure they'll do that. I'm sure they've already done that. But, as a fan just watching, unless you have the all-22, it's kind of hard to see that, right? So we just hear that, and I think it gets a little irritating a little bit. And then after a while, it becomes more and more. It just kind of grates on your fandom after a while when you got a guy and it sounds like he doesn't care. I know he cares. But Eli, would this make you feel any better? Can I show you a graphic that I pulled? This is actually from Cleveland Sports on Facebook.
Yes.
And again, we're not comparing Shedeur Sanders to any great quarterback, whether it's near or far. No, I was going to do right. I'm not going to do that. Change my mind. Midstream, change my Not
You were there though. You literally had it.
There, I had it, and I didn't do
okay,
it. Whatever.
right.
Story of my life. This was from 1985. This is a preseason game in 1985. This was Bernie Kosar's debut. And the headline there says Kosar rates a D in debut. It's 6 of 22, 97 yards and a pick. I think he also lost a fumble in this game, right? And you got Gary Daniels that comes in. He says, I'll do it, right? 12 of 16 for 160 yards and 3 touchdowns. And you probably at this point, if we had social media in 1985, Bernie Kosar would have been on the next bus out of wherever, Berea, whatever. They would have wanted him traded, right? Like, get him out of here, cut him. We don't want to talk. Can't believe this guy is even from Ohio. Go back to Miami, something, right? There would have been some comments.
Yeah.
But I mean, if this makes you feel any better, I mean, you can progress. You can get better. And I know, Bernie Kosar was a young guy. He was a little bit wild, right? He was brash. He kind of had that air about him, like that. I don't know. I mean, it just was sort of like wasn't necessarily the most serious guy when he got here, right? From Miami. He was more of a fun-loving kind of a whatever. I don't want to say he was a trouble. He wasn't a troublemaker. He didn't get in trouble, but he sort of had that same air about him. And I think that there's hope, but I mean, who knows what really goes on behind the scenes. If Shedeur Sanders is working on these things and getting better every week, maybe we see him start against the Bills and he maybe the first half he comes out and I don't know if he can go 12 of 16 for 160 yards and 3 touchdowns. Maybe we feel a little bit better about the future, but right now it's looking like the 27 draft, right?
Right. And anything in 27, I'm leaning towards the draft at this point. It doesn't appear the quarterback of the future's in that Browns room right now for quarterback. It doesn't appear so. And that's just my feeling right now. And here's the thing too about Bernie, and that's my final point. I mean, we got to get the break here in just a moment. But what I'll say is Bernie Kosar, I believe Rutigliano was the coach, I believe at the time for the Cleveland Browns. And he had a lot to lose. Like he was an invested coach already at that time. Like he had been tenured for the Browns for a little bit. Yeah, he understood that every move he made was going to cost him get him either a contract extension or cost him his job.
Yeah.
Todd Monken doesn't have that with Shedeur Sanders. That's why I think, and I brought up obviously the relationship they have in terms of him saying he wanted to draft him in Baltimore and all that other stuff, but not that I'm even one to say not that tight to where he's like, man, I got to get it to work with Shedeur Sanders. If it doesn't work with Shedeur Sanders, then I'm out of here. No, like
it just has to work.
You have an option in 27. Todd Monken's option is 2027. So Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, if it don't work, well, Monken's getting another chance. He's going to get to pick his quarterback that's not on the roster. So this is up to Shedeur.
I might actually buy him a little bit of time, Eli. If they get a guy in here, it's a highly regarded prospect, a first-round pick at quarterback, that might actually buy Todd Monken an extra season in Jimmy Haslam's eyes to go, well, let's see what he's got. I mean, he worked with Lamar. Let's see what he's got.
Hey, we'll see. We'll see, man. Keep an eye on the Cleveland Browns. They obviously play this upcoming week against the Buffalo Bills, and they're enjoying practices right now. We'll keep an eye on all of that. We got much more to get into here with you. We're off and running, and we're about 40 minutes deep already. Look at that. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about rivalry games. Ohio State and Michigan, they have been being like, no, it's not that serious. No, we mean it's truly not that serious. No, seriously. We'll talk about rivalry games. Are they going extinct in college football? Talk about all that, of course, when we come back. And later on, we pay our tributes to Tommy John, the legendary baseball pitcher. We'll have a discussion about him. Of course, he passed away yesterday. Tommy John had passed away, so at the age of 83. So we'll talk about him later on and so much more here on Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad B, dude, real quick. I was doing it to TK earlier. I was like, to my right, you're right. And he's like, I was like, yeah, I'll give you a little primetime. All right, look. All right, Chad B to my right. You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. We're back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. What's up, guys? Awesome show today, Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. We regrettably talked Browns. I just, I get sweaty talking about any sort of Cleveland sports team not named the Cavs. And even then, I still get a little nervous. Talked about them. They got a lot to sort out. We also dove into a bunch of different things. Flock cameras, everything else in between. All your news, talk, sports. We always have it for you here on Unfiltered. Tomorrow, really sad scene out of Lorain County. A couple teenagers passing away in a shooting. We'll dive into that a little bit. Also, crazy story out of Summit County involving a couple dozen cats and one dog. Only one. I'll explain all of this tomorrow on Unfiltered right here on the Inside Edge Network, 9 to 10. I'll see you Tuesday.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad B to my right, you're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle on the saddle adjacent. Had to talk about those Cleveland Browns. They played Saturday and a lot to break down there. They're back in action this weekend against the Buffalo Bills. Joint practices taking place right now. We'll have more throughout the week on that. But something that hit our radar earlier today was Ohio State. And Chad put this on my radar. And we'll bring it to all of you if you missed it. Ryan Day and the Ohio State Buckeyes have said, you know what, we'll raise your Bryce Underwood comments about it. You know, it doesn't have to be about who's wearing what uniform. And it's just another game. You know, it shouldn't mean that we want to beat them more. Yada, 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 yada. A bunch of nonsense. And then I was like, okay, well, Ohio State will care, right? Well, then Ohio State clearly doesn't really care either because and this is, of course, we had this report earlier today. Ryan Day and Ohio State have decided, you know what? Senior Day sounds so cool against Michigan, but you know what sounds way better? If we did it week 1. If we did week 1 Senior Day, and Ryan Day says it's per Yahoo Sports about moving Senior Day. We want to keep much of the focus on the game. Mm-hmm. There's already enough distractions during that week. So this was just one more thing that we felt like we could move, end quote.
Okay.
Chad, Ohio State, Michigan is one of the most important rivalry games in college football history. Yeah. The game. Literally, guys getting into fights. Woody Hayes throwing, a punch, obviously not in that game, but I'm sure he would do a punch in Michigan too, how frustrated he was playing those Wolverines, and Jim Harbaugh.
Something that happened against Michigan at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. Jim Harbaugh frustrated, trying to get that one victory over Ohio State. Urban Meyer saying, you got to beat Michigan or Michigan, here in Ohio State, in Ohio. Yeah. All that stuff to get to where we're at now.
Yeah.
With a rivalry game that has meant so much to the fans, to the states, to everything, the players, the coaches, the history, to now where it's like Bryce Underwood's like, it's kind of just another game, man. Like, we just got to go out and win, man. That's all. And Ryan Day's like, well, we don't want the distraction, of Senior Day. We definitely don't want to honor our guys in a rivalry game. Why would that make any sense? Let's do a week 1 against Ball State, I believe. Ball State is the opener. I have to confirm that, but I believe Ball State, yeah. So, just embarrassing, man. Embarrassing. That's what I have for this. And my question to you is, are rivalry games in college football becoming extinct?
Well, I mean, it depends on, I guess it depends on your perspective on this. No, I mean, rivals are still going to play each other, right? But I think sometimes maybe some of these guys are right. Maybe they do mean a little bit less now, right? You can come into the game, right? If you're Ohio State or Michigan, you can be 11-0 each, whatever, right? And just in the previous, like in recent history, not long ago, right? You could lose that game and lose everything. 11-1, and it's all gone, right? It crumbles. The season crumbles. The dream is gone. No national championship, right? No Big Ten championship, no whatever. It's all gone because of one loss. Now you can lose a couple of games. You could even make a case. I think in some cases, we're going to see a 3-loss team in the playoffs before too long. It's going to happen. The 12-team playoff. It's going to happen at some point, right? Where the number 1 team in the nation is going to be 10-2. And where do you go from there, right? Somebody's gonna have 3 losses. Somebody in that top 12 is gonna have 3 losses. So I don't know. I don't think they're dying in a sense. And for the record, I don't really have a problem with moving Senior Day. I think from what I had read about this, a lot of the research that went into this was sort of regarding whether or not that's like that last game of the year, right? Your last regular season game, the last time you're going to see the horseshoe. There's already so much emotion that's ramped up in the Ohio State Michigan game, right? And then you've got an early start on top of it. You get the noon kickoff. Well, they have all noon kickoffs because that's, thanks, Fox. But you've got all that emotion anyway wrapped up in that game. And then you've got all this extra emotion of being on the field with your family for the final time. I think maybe it's not a distraction. I mean, I guess it is a distraction. I don't have a problem. But now you look at this on the other side of it, right? And you go, well, how does Ball State? Well, damn, like and I get it, it's Ball State, but are they like we're just not a threat? Like you couldn't be distracted possibly for and maybe
right.
Some, you know what I mean? Like
that's right.
But how soon is it? Is it always going to be week 1? Is it always going to be the home opener? Because eventually the home opener is going to be a team like Texas or whatever. Remember last year the home opener was Texas. Would they do it before the Texas game? Was that too much of a distraction? Does it become a thing where it's, is it, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with moving it, but I think you have to find, and listen, this is another layer to this as well. Do you think that they waited intentionally to move this, to move Senior Day away from the Michigan game after a win? Do you think the optics would have been worse if they had done this after a loss to Michigan?
I mean, 1,000%, 1,000%. But the other thing to keep in mind too is like some of the greatest moments we've had in the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry have come because Senior Day and the extra emotion added into it. This is going to be the last time these guys are on the field, whether it is, in Michigan, for those guys in the big house, or if it's for Ohio State and, in the shoe, like you want to defend your home turf one last time. And I think that's what made it so special. And I just think this is kind of a sorry way of basically trying to diminish this game. So why should fans care? Why should fans tune in? Why should they spend the egregious, I'm just being real, the egregious amount of money it is to get into an Ohio State-Michigan game compared to going against Ball State? So, what exactly are we trying to tell fans that have been supporting these rivalries? And I understand, maybe I sound like the old man right now, like rivalry games. But if they're not that serious,
cloud, man, what are you doing? Come on.
Yeah, we'll wait till tomorrow. But if we're at this point where rivalry games are kind of just another game, then that's fine. There's years where Michigan's not very good. There's been years in the last 10 years where Ohio State could have just booked a different opponent if they had that flexibility. And I wonder now, with all the conference realignment discussion and everything going on, that if it's going to turn into a point where they go, you know what, you don't have to play Michigan anymore. They're just going to be rotated in. They're not as big of a deal, obviously, as it was even 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So we're going to just rotate them in. And unfortunately, you didn't get Michigan this year. You got Minnesota as your last game of the year. Enjoy, Minnesota Gophers. Or it's going to turn into, hey, you know what? Go pick somebody. If it's not a rivalry game, we're going to bring down conference games, and we're going to let you go pick another out-of-conference opponent, and you can end the year on that, or whatever. Customize your schedule a little bit more. I think as we start to go into more realignment and whatever it looks like, I think we're going to see less conference games, and I think we're going to see more out-of-conference play. And I think it's this rivalry game diminishing by Ohio State, by Michigan, and other rivalries as well. I think that's going to become the norm, is we're going to see more out-of-conference play as opposed to rivalry games. The rivalry will be there's a top 5 team versus a top 5 team, or top 10 team trying to get into the playoff. That rivalry towards the playoff as opposed to school pride. And we talked about it, yesterday, even with Jaden Daniels. School pride is not really even a thing anymore because, everybody with NIL and all that, there's really no loyalty. You go to if you're not starting the one year, you don't, hope you can get there and work hard and get there. You just go to the next school that, has a quarterback opening. So I think they're going to shift college football. We're going to shift to a way where, it's just about the matchups and the television ratings and the playoff hunt. That's where everything's going to kind of focus to. I believe that's why I think rivalry games are going to go extinct in college football. You may get an Ohio State-Michigan game in the future, and it may get a little gritty because maybe they haven't played in a few years, but I foresee this not being an annual thing much, much longer. And that's what's frustrating, I guess. It's that's one of the beautiful things about college football is the rivalries. And I'm going to say this. I blame Kyle Whittingham. I believe he's a new Michigan head coach.
Yeah.
I blame Kyle Whittingham because he came from Utah.
Okay.
And apparently, they don't love rivalries at Utah. Maybe BYU and Utah State and all that. Maybe they just had a nice cup of coffee before the game and after they all got, post-game meals. I don't know. I don't understand.
Who the hell do we care out here that we care about? He's like, who the hell do we play that we care about? I don't know. Whatever.
I mean, it's just weird that literally 5 years ago, Jim Harbaugh was there at Michigan. Urban Meyer was pretty much on the way out. You saw Ryan Day there, obviously. And you had this very serious rivalry where these guys were going at it. And to your point, it determined if you got into the playoffs or not. And even now, it may not determine if you get into the playoffs or not. Both these teams, any given year, could be undefeated or have one loss, but it could affect your playoff seeding.
Yeah, well, and listen, you could even see this matchup 3 weeks in a row, not 3 calendar weeks in a row, but 3 football weeks in a row, right? Ohio State, Michigan can play the final week of the season, and then in the Big Ten championship, and then they could meet in the first round playoff game. That could happen.
Right.
There's no reason that couldn't happen based on seeding and who wins and loses what game or whatever. And does that diminish it a little bit? I don't think the senior day thing has anything to do with the rivalry. I just think that you can, I guess I've mentally just kind of separated those two. I think it's just so it almost feels like a Woody Hayes moment. Hey, I don't want your family out there on the field softening you guys up before the get them the hell out of here, right? We'll do senior week or senior day in week 1, and then we'll just forget about it. We're not going to talk about it again, whatever. But because guys have talked about being emotional, being out there, man. Sometimes you get family that doesn't make it right from your freshman year to your senior year. So it's a very emotional time, right? It's man, remember the journey. I've been through this 3, 4, 5 year journey. Well, not 3 years, unless you've been pretty busy academically, but I've been through this 4 or 5 year journey, right? And I'm finishing up at Ohio State, and man, my dad can't be out here, my mom can't, or lost my grandma that was the person who raised me. I think that can be a very emotional moment, and some guys can turn that into productivity on the field, right? You can channel all that into being really focused on the field. Some guys, you crumble under the emotion of it. So I just think that's what it's about. I don't think it's really about, I don't think it is a reflection on how important the Michigan, if anything, it almost makes it seem like the rivalry is more important to Ryan Day, because you want to take that emotion out of the day and just focus on the opponent, right? Let's just beat Michigan. We'll celebrate the seniors against Ball State, right? No offense, Ball State, but you're not really a threat. we're going to have our seniors out there. It's week 1, so we're not like it's not the end of the season. We still have the whole season to look forward to, right? That's not as emotional. It still honors your seniors. It just doesn't. I think it doesn't detract from maybe the. And I'm not saying these guys are human, man. I know it sounds like I'm saying, well, they can't focus on the game if their families are out there, but they're not robots, right? All those thoughts are going through their head. I think it's an okay move. I don't think it detracts from the rivalry at all, Eli.
See, I do. It does. I do. I think it does because I believe that Ryan Day, as the head coach, should be able to handle those emotions, keep those in check. And that's been a big discussion if Ryan Day has his team ready for big games. Yes, he won the national championship. I understand. That's why we give him a little bit of slack, obviously, in Columbus. But he has had trouble managing big game opportunities for the Ohio State Buckeyes a pretty good portion of his coaching career here, or there in Columbus at Ohio State. So if anything, it just tells me Ryan Day can't handle the emotions of Senior Day that's been happening for a long time. They've done Senior Day damn near every freaking year against Michigan. So it just tells me he's not able to keep the emotions in check. And it reminds me back to when Jack Sawyer was ready to throw hands with the Michigan players when they planted the flag at Ohio State and different things like that. If you can't handle the emotions, that's fine. And we'll allow it for right now. That's whatever. Go do your Senior Day against Ball State. Go play Michigan at the end of the year. But here's the reality. If you have another tough playoff loss, I'm going to have some serious questions for Ryan Day at the end of the year about, can you really keep a team in check? A team that is looking to you to calm their emotions, get them ready for a big game. So if Senior Day is what throws all these guys off and you can't corral them back in, then I'm questioning the guy in charge, which is Ryan Day. So
that's fair too. Okay. I see your point. I don't necessarily agree, but I see where you're coming from. I get it. I look at 82-12, man, the 872 when he had national championship. I mean, it's just everybody reacts differently in those emotional situations.
Yeah, but not to interrupt you, but he inherited a ton of Urban Meyer's guys and the national acclaim already of Ohio State. Like, I understand Ryan Day. Yes, he had a good winning record. He has a great winning record. I understand that, Chad. But he also had Brian Hartline, who he just got a new gig as a head coach because he was so damn good at the receivers coach. This is wide receiver U. So I think Ryan Day's inherited success and good recruits and guys that were already on the roster. And has he done a good job? Sure. Yes, he won a national championship, and Ohio State's always in the running. I just don't know when you compare him against some of these other top coaches in college football where he ultimately ranks. In Ohio State in football, we don't play around. So it's something where you're either number one or it doesn't really matter. So that's where I think, another year or two coming off a tough loss to you, which is, you want to talk about emotional games, Chad. That's an emotional game. That's you have a chance to become one of the Final Four teams in college football, move your way into the semifinals, and you get your absolute ass whooped by Miami. I understand it was closer on the scoreboard. That game never felt close. Miami was controlling the entire pace, everything. So that's what makes me question, is Ryan Day not able to handle emotional situations? What happens when if we get back to another national championship this year and it's an emotional game? The guys are watching these seniors. This is going to be their last game. And you can't corral them. And so it just concerns me beyond the rivalry at this point. It concerns me about who's going to be able to keep these guys' emotions in check in big games. That's the question, because Ohio State has a few of them coming up. Indiana this year. They have Oregon this year. Of course, they have Michigan, whether you call it a rivalry or not at this point anymore. But you have these games. Texas in the first few weeks. There's some big games. So, and he's not going to be able to have that excuse of, well, it was Senior Day today. You did that against Ball State. So.
Finals week. Hey, listen, one quick thing. Yes. I think it makes it an interesting discussion now. I think that just speaking of Ryan Day and what he's done at Ohio State, I think you'd agree with me. The quarterback play has definitely the level there has gone up.
Yes.
Quarterback play has gotten better since Ryan Day has been solely in charge. On the other side of that, a guy like Kurt Cignetti, I think, makes this such an interesting discussion, because could Ryan Day go take over a program like Ryan Day? That's not what that is. Like Indiana, and take them to a national title in year 2. I think that's such an interesting discussion that we can probably get into another time. But yeah, something you said sparked that thought, and I'm like, you know what? I mean, I guess it's nice to walk into. I mean, this is as good as it gets, right? In the country, you've got NIL assets, you've got the one of the largest, alumni bases in the world. You've got, boosters, you've got all of this support built in. All you need is really the backing of the athletic department, and you're the guy, right? And that's it. And then you're kind of the figurehead. It's almost like the too big to fail, right? I think that's an interesting discussion to have, man. Both sides of the coin. I can see it. I see your argument. I just don't necessarily agree with the rivalry stuff as far as it relates to Senior Day. But
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it, of course, and keep an eye on Ohio State. They'll get heated up here very, very soon. So we'll have all that here for you. Our first college football season that we get to dive into week by week here on Inside Edge Prime Time. So excited about all that. Excited that all of you are watching here, rocking with us here on the Inside Edge Network. We got so much more here to come for you. You know, it's top of the hour. Of course, we're here with you until 11:30. Then 11:30, we're going to hand it off to Double A Anthony Alford. He'll go 11:30 to 1. He'll rock out, do his thing. Put a bow on this thing for the evening, but we appreciate you so much. We're here Monday through Friday at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, and of course on the Roku app at Inside Edge Network. You can download the app. Check all that out and stay locked in. Go grab your caffeine, your dinner, whatever you need. Chad B and I are coming back. We're going to talk and pay our tributes to Tommy John. Passed away at the age of 83 yesterday. Legendary baseball pitcher. You know, may know him for the surgery. But we're going to talk about the guy behind the surgery, not the doctor, but the actual guy that had the surgery done to him, Tommy John. Who passed away again yesterday. We will have that conversation when we come back here on Inside Edge Prime Time. That's Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a nice, really crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
All right, we are marching towards mid-August, and hopefully you guys had a great weekend. We talk about the Browns and how they looked against the Chicago Bears. And a big week for the Cleveland Browns. They're going to have joint practices with the Buffalo Bills. So we'll break down how the quarterbacks look. We'll break down how the rest of the roster look. Tom Monken's first preseason game as head coach of the Cleveland Browns. How's the operation of the offense? That's a big topic of discussion. We'll get into that coming up. Also, the Guardians, did they get any kind of a W this past weekend? We're in some troubled waters here with our baseball team. I hate to say it like that, but it is true. And also, we get you ready. Week 1 of high school football. This is an exciting time of the year because 2 days are done. Now it's getting yourselves ready for the calls, all of that stuff. We are excited. We're back with you. Another great week to be great. Midnight Run comes your way Monday night, 11:30, right here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We've talked Cleveland Browns. We've talked Ohio State and Michigan and the potential extinction of rivalry games. We'll keep an eye on all that, of course, and the Buckeyes as they heat up and the Browns as well as they heat up for the regular season coming up in just a few weeks for both of them. Very exciting stuff. But we'd be remiss if we didn't spend some time here, both of us as baseball historians, baseball fans, and we spent a lot of time talking about the Guardians and baseball as a whole, Major League Baseball. And Major League Baseball wouldn't be where it's at without, of course, the Tommy John surgery. Obviously, it's a surgery that a lot of pitchers and, we've even seen position players at times have to do the Tommy John surgery, but primarily pitchers. And we've seen it end up helping out careers, careers coming back a year later, these pitchers looking substantially better, or at least to their true form still. And I mean, it's preserved careers, allowed them to go rock out and do their thing. You think of even a guy like Shane Bieber, a former Guardian, with the Tommy John surgery, many, many others. Well, we got the news, obviously, over the weekend. Tommy John had passed away at the age of 83. A long life, and it seems like a very full life, but he did pass away. It was Saturday. He had passed away officially. We talked about it yesterday on Main Event. And talked a little bit about it, but obviously wanted to spend some time with my guy, Chad Bryan. Obviously, as I mentioned, we're big baseball guys. We want to spend some time here and talk about Tommy John for those that may not know, because yes, you think of the surgery, you think of the injury, you think of all of that, but obviously there's a guy named Tommy John, a baseball pitcher that did some things in Major League Baseball. And there's definitely a discussion in terms of where he ranks, in terms of the importance of the game. And, you can't really tell the history of baseball without Tommy John. So I'm going to hand it over to Chad B. This is usually when I hand it over to the baseball historian of the network. I always joke, Chad Bryan, and he's going to kind of get you a little bit hip more if you're, newer to baseball or a little bit, younger and you don't know, you're like, hey, who the heck's Tommy John? I know Bryce Harper and I know Shohei Ohtani, but Tommy John, I've heard this. So Chad Bryan's going to get you hip here for the newer audience to baseball on who Tommy John exactly was. Chad B.
Yeah. I mean, listen, July 17th, 1974, right? Tommy John pitching against, he's pitching for the Dodgers, right? Pitching against Hal Breeden. Hal Breeden comes into the box. Tommy John throws a second pitch of the at bat to Breeden and, starts flexing his arm, whatever, and kind of doing this thing with his hand. He calls time. That came out to walk and he just walked off. I know that Ken Singleton was playing for the Expos. So they're playing his right fielder. He said, I thought he had he literally said he thought he had an equipment problem, like his quote, and this is not me, this is Ken Singleton saying his jock had snapped. Was that a big problem in the 70s? Did the elastic wear out and guys' jocks were just like snapping during games? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they need.
Luckily, we have better technology in the 2000s, whatever. But yeah, no one knew what had really happened. But I think at that point, Tommy John thought his career is over, right? So, he has 124 wins at that point. And so he goes to Dr. Frank Jobe, who was the Dodgers team physician. And on September 25th of 1974, Tommy John became the first, I guess you could say he was a bit of a guinea pig, right? A little bit. It was an experimental surgery. He had Tommy John surgery. They took a ligament from another part of his body, replaced the UCL, the ulnar collateral ligament. Words are not my friend today. I don't know if it's a Monday thing or if I just haven't talked enough over the last couple of days.
What if I told you it's Wednesday?
Oh boy, see, I wouldn't even know. Maybe I slept right through the first couple of days of the week. I'd be in trouble because my kids would miss the first day of school, I think. But
yeah,
whatever. Yeah, bus was late. I'm the bus. Well, I'm not the bus. The car's
Chad the bus, Brian.
I just carry him. I just carry him on my back.
I think that one's taken, buddy. I think Jerome Bettis has that one.
A little fog light and everything. I can't take that from Jerome Bettis.
No, you can be Chad Foglight, Brian.
It's fair. Scored a touchdown unconscious to Jerome Bettis, by the way. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Tommy John, September 25th, 1974, the first person to have his own surgery. It wasn't called Tommy John surgery at that point, but it eventually became the moniker. And eventually, about 4 years later, on January 1st of all days, 1978, Brent Strom would have it. And as it so happens, this is a list of players who've had Tommy John surgery. They're professional ball players. So there's a couple guys that are on here a couple of times, unfortunately. But it's been done 2,718 times since Tommy John had that first surgery on September 25th, 1974. It's incredible. There's a spreadsheet. You can look it up. It has the date, where they had the surgery, everything. It's amazing. It's a cool legacy, right? The way that he is intertwined into baseball history is really, really cool to me. Like I said, 124 wins before the surgery, came back to win 164 after the surgery. So he was clearly an effective pitcher afterwards. I don't know that he would have been maybe necessarily healthy by today's standards. I think it was just good enough for the 70s. And when he finished his career into the 80s or whatever, I think it was fine. I think we pay a little more attention to pitchers' injuries now. It's a little bit more of a financial, drain to pay a pitcher now than it was back then. But what a remarkable, weird kind of and here's one of my favorite things. Tommy John talked about it years later. This was many, many years after the surgery. And I think someone, they asked him basically like, how did you why would you do an experiment? Did you trust Dr. Job that much that he just was like, hey, I have an idea. Let's try this.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Tommy John thinks his career is over. Why not? But this quote's great. He says, if Dr. Job told me to take a pail of my dog's poops and go back to second base at Dodger Stadium and bury them, I would be okay with it. I would have done it because I believed in Dr. Frank Job. And there you go. I guess when your team physician is someone that you can believe in, you'll try anything. And when you play a kid's game as a profession, you don't want it to be over, right? You don't want your last memory on the mound to just be that snap in your elbow and then you walk off and you never wear the jersey again, right? So, of course you're going to try. I would have tried it. Why not? If my career's over, if I don't do it, and my career could just be more over if it doesn't work, then sure, I'm trying it, whatever. Why not?
Yeah.
But about a year later, he came back and he was, like I said, just as effective, won 164 games over the next 14 seasons after the surgery. So, it's just a remarkable legacy for Tommy John. And like you said, I don't think you can ever tell the story of baseball without mentioning, Tommy John and Dr. Frank Job and the surgery. And it's just almost bizarre in a way, but it's a cool legacy that he left in the game of baseball. I think it's really cool. What an impact.
It sure is. Yeah. 26 seasons, a sub, 3.5 ERA over 26 seasons. I think 288 wins, I think you had mentioned for Tommy John. So just, incredible. In terms of where he belongs in baseball's history, I mentioned yesterday a main event, definitely an exhibit. We talked a little bit earlier, definitely an exhibit. Hall of Fame wise, we're not going to get into it necessarily tonight, especially a few days after Tommy John, his passing. But it's definitely worth a discussion. We may revisit that later on this year. In terms of where does maybe we'll wait till the Baseball Hall of Fame comes back around and kind of when it's a little bit more of a discussion. But we'll bring it up at some point about where he should be honored in the Baseball Hall of Fame. It should be something, at least an exhibit. And there's definitely a discussion to be had about him being in the Hall of Fame. I know voters will be a little nitpicky about there's no Cy Youngs, no World Series and things of that nature, but the longevity and things like that you think of. And all that to be said, incredible that he was able to persevere from the injury, come back and rock out after that, 4-time All-Star, a lot of accolades, and a guy that truly loved the game of baseball. And I think that's what you're looking for. in a day and age where we question if some guys, after they get the first big payday, if they really love the game anymore. Tommy John loved the game so much after a career-altering, could have been career-ending surgery. He could have been like, that's it. He came back and he had some of his best run after that. So very cool. Obviously played in Cleveland. So, got a little bit of a warm embrace for him here as well, here in Northeast Ohio. So just incredible. And again, prayers, thoughts, and blessings sent to the John family, to his close, his loved ones, his family, his loved ones, his close friends, and everybody involved, either, being involved in his life personally or professionally, playing with them, thoughts, prayers, and blessings sent out to everybody. Tommy John passes away at the age of 83 on Saturday. A long and healthy life, a strong life, but he will definitely be missed. So we will take a quick pause here. When we come back, we're going to put a bow on the show. Got about 10 minutes or so left. When we come back, we're going to get into some final thoughts, including, I'm going to ask Chad here for my final thought. What movie would you have to be in to leave your football career? Or how much money would the movie have to make for you to feel like you made a good decision? We'll talk about that as we end up Inside Edge Prime Time. I've got some final thoughts, and I'm going to throw them Chad Bryan's way. This is Inside Edge Prime Time. The Chad beat to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. And we're back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Oh, hey everyone. It's me, Autumn, here from the Daily Spiral, your main host from the center of the chaos. And all week, I have you covered. We will be covering Love Island USA, the Lindsay Clancy case, everything I missed on vacation, because as you guys know, I was on vacation for a week and a lot of crazy stuff happened. The Lakers getting sold, and maybe potentially could they move to Vegas? I don't know. We're going to talk about it. D23 and all the Disney and Marvel news. And of course, I'm going to give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. But we also have the Daily Spiral at a new time, 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Please tune in to the Daily Spiral Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., and you won't regret it.
And welcome back. Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle on the saddle adjacent here for just a few more moments on Inside Edge Prime Time. Talked the Cleveland Browns. We talked Ohio State Buckeyes and potentially rivalry games not meaning as much as they used to, and got into a little bit of a Ryan Day discussion as well. We might have to keep an eye on that throughout the season. Yeah. And of course, we paid our tributes to the late, great Tommy John, legendary MLB pitcher, passed away at the age of 83 on Saturday. Yeah. So, a lot to dive into in terms of today. Appreciate you all diving in with us. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net if you haven't already. Ton you in here. We appreciate you so much for rocking with us. Yeah. Inside Edge Net on all socials, YouTube X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell for daily shows. A lot of great weekly programming for you as well. Go read about all your favorite personalities of the Inside Edge Network at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Again, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go check out our fantastic partners, including, of course, our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. Great live music, great food with Chef Win and Winning Bites. Their burgers, wings, nachos, fries, great stuff. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue. Again, 11609 Detroit Avenue, border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Live music, great food, great hospitality. Everybody's fantastic there, Brothers Lounge. The Home and Moon Bash, third annual, July 31st of 2027. A lot of great stuff going on there at the Brothers Lounge, our title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And, of course, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Moss Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing. Couldn't do without them. Couldn't do without you. So go ahead and grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversation, news, and everything in between. And near or far, here we are. Download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us with you.
That's all I had to do. I had it right there. Whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Got 5 minutes, Chabby. So there's going to be a very, very, very brief final thought I have here.
Okay. All right.
This broke from earlier today, but this article is from 4 hours ago. This is from JJ Post of ESPN. And this is...
did you see this on the YouTube Instagram, which?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to mix all of them together in one word. I was like, he's going to do it. And then I thought, it's okay. Go ahead.
The Graham-wich.
It's whatever.
So it's when your grandma makes a sandwich for you. That's just a Graham-wich.
Graham-wich, right. And it always tastes better when someone else makes a sandwich for you. So
you're damn right. Get this, man. Yeah. Cincinnati Bengals defensive back, Sayre Wright, has decided to leave the Cincinnati Bengals. Undrafted rookie. Decided, you know what? I'm cool. He's leaving the team to reportedly further his acting career. Zach Taylor mentioned two things he's really passionate about were colliding. He decided to pursue this opportunity. Taylor said Saturday, we wish him the best. It was fun to be around. He really competed hard for us. It was fun watching him play. I thought he was ascending as a player, but obviously he's chosen to go a different path. So Wright, this is the guy. He was a former top 200 recruit, finished a collegiate career with 109 tackles, 3 interceptions. He was at USC in Nebraska, but he's built an acting resume. Keep this in mind. he was already in Space Jam: A New Legacy. He was LeBron James' son in Space Jam: A New Legacy back. That was in 2021. So he's been in 7 films, television shows dating to 2014, back to 2014, that is.
Yeah.
And he said he's, in the quote I saw, and I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, was that he's getting a big role, a lead role in a big movie. And at first when I read this, I was like, okay, Sierra Wright, like the undrafted rookie, like what are they? Are you the Scorpion King? Are you going to be the next Scorpion King? I don't know. But like, then you see like, obviously, having that second run of Space Jam, him being in there as LeBron James' son and all this other stuff, you imagine, okay, there's got to be something there, right? So my question to you as we end the show is,
okay,
how much, what before the break, it was going to be more so what movie, but I feel like you'd say a lot of movies. I feel like for you to avoid getting hit by, another football player, you may be like, yeah, I'll do a Good Burger again, or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
whatever, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Good Burger. Yeah.
How much money because keep in mind, before we get into all this, if Sierra Wright just plays, I think it's 7 or 8 years, he gets a pension in the NFL.
Okay.
Play a certain amount of years, you get a pension in the NFL. And I'm going to double check that here while I'm talking to you. But I'm just looking here. This is what happens when you can't multitask. NFL pension amount of years in 3 credit seasons to become vested. So he actually only needs to wait 3 seasons to start getting a pension. Okay. So keep in mind, you can get a pension, and it may not be crazy, but you're at least taken care of in one income for the rest of your life, and you get to play a few years of NFL football. You're good. So my question to you is, how much money would the movie that you're in, if you're Sierra Wright, how much money would that movie have to make you, not just box office, how much money would it have to make you for you to feel like that was a good decision to leave?
That's a really complicated question. I think there's a lot of different ways to look at this. I was reading about this a little bit over the weekend. And I think that, well, first of all, it's where your passion is, right? It's whatever makes you happy. If he's an undrafted free agent, okay, the likelihood of him playing 3 complete seasons in the NFL and then taking a pension home are fairly low. And that's not to diminish his skills or his ability on the football field. I honestly, I don't know a lot about it.
Yeah, we're talking LeBron James' son in Space Jam, the second one in 2021. Yeah. So,
I don't know a ton about him on the football field. I'll be honest with you. I don't know a lot about his game, but I will say this. It's all about where your passion is, right?
Yeah.
I think that maybe for some people, going out and playing NFL football would be the absolute pinnacle of what would make their dreams come true. For some other people, maybe they don't want the CTE, right? That comes along with it, or the aches and pains in 15, 20 years, when they're in their 40s and 50s and waking up and they can't get out of bed because they played 6, 8, 10 years of professional football. Maybe that just called to him. Or this is an alternative way to look at it. He's an undrafted free agent. Maybe, I don't know, Zach Taylor maybe they had a conversation and Zach Taylor said, hey, look, man, it's trending a certain way. You're a great dude. I know you had this acting thing on the side. Is there anything that you're looking at with that? Because I don't know that you're going to make the 53-man roster here. Right. And so then he goes, well, yeah, I mean, maybe they forged this bond. It was the way that some of that stuff was worded, right? Fun to be around, fun to watch play. I thought he was ascending as a player, but he's gone this other route. And I thought, well, what if this was like one of those moments where it's like, hey, we don't really want to cut you. And you come in here and you brought energy from here to here, right? Great dude, great, just a good competitor, good teammate. Man, I hate leveling this news. Why don't you maybe pursue the acting career? And then we can part ways and whatever. You can have a successful acting career. We don't have to cut you from it, whatever. Maybe this was just one of those little personal favors, just from a guy that, I don't know, just maybe made an impression on Zach Taylor and the rest of this Bengals team and staff or whatever. That briefly entered my mind, and I thought maybe it was one of those moments. It's just like a feel-good moment for everybody. But I think there's a lot of different ways to look at it. I think just whatever makes you happy. If he really feels like acting is his passion and he wants to pursue it, then you can't leave that on the table, right? You could be an actor later in your life. Guys have done it, but he's already got the momentum there. Keep it rolling. I don't blame him at all. I think maybe it's a great decision. Who knows? I don't know, but I think it's his decision, and I'm good with it.
I feel like this is something with the Marvel Universe. That's my hunch. I feel like he's got something with the Marvel Universe. We'll keep an eye on it, though. I may be wrong, but I've been saying that a few times, and lately I ain't been wrong. So let's keep an eye on things, of course. All right, that's going to do. We're going to switch the studio here.
Really quickly, I just want to shout out Joshua Baez. His debut for the best debut in MLB history. 3 home runs in his first major league game, including a home run, a 450-foot home run, by the way, on the first pitch he saw in his major league career. Just wanted to say that was amazing. that was really fun over the weekend. So that's it. That's all I got.
Heck yeah. All right, take us out, Chad B. Take us home.
Where are we going? Where do you want to go?
I'll take us home.
You know what? Let's change the studio back. Double A's got a Hawaiian shirt on it. Again, I'm looking at my phone and I don't have a text. So I have changed my mind on the fly. We are going to do primetime tonight from 10 to 1. No, we're not doing that.
We're going to do the primetime run.
The primetime run. I love it.
The midnight primetime.
Yeah, that you can catch that right on the text.
That's on my Facebook.
You text the bookgram, which.
All right, they got to get out of here. That's Chad Bryan to my right. You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This has been Inside Edge Primetime. We're back with you tomorrow, 10 p.m. But of course, get to the stream early, 8 p.m. for the Daily Spiral with Autumn Chisholm. Back with W. Anthony Alford. Tuesday, Unfiltered on the Tuesday, 9 p.m. 10 p.m. We're Inside Edge Primetime to 11:30. And of course, Midnight Round with Anthony Alford. He's going to stay incognito. You'll see him in just a moment. Chad will disappear. I'll disappear. Double A will be here. And you'll be here as well. Midnight Run from 11:30 to 1 right here on the Inside Edge Network. Don't go anywhere. Chad, back tomorrow. I'll pop up from time to time. I'm going to go grab some extra pasta salad. Double Anthony Alford coming up right after this.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
I just want to report that Inside Edge Primetime Extra is currently airing on our Inside Edge Network Patreon channel. So that's where Chad B is heading at right now. When you find the link, please report it to me and I could share it along with the rest of you guys. Welcome to the show. This is Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. My name's Double A Anthony Alford. Great to have you along here on this Monday night as we got some answers. We got some questions. We got some answers to address. One thing that is undisputable, you don't even have to worry about it. Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms at Inside Edge Net. Of course, like and subscribe across all of our platforms. Remember, this evening stream, started tonight, Monday through Friday. It starts at 8 p.m. and it goes all the way to 1 a.m. live on our Twitter and YouTube channels. So X and YouTube, every single weeknight, we are here at Inside Edge Net. You can also find us on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. A lot of great information there. You can get more about our network personalities, schedules, partners, also our merchandise store. And you can find us on Roku. Just search Inside Edge Network on Roku. Download our app. Anytime we're on the air live, we show up. We're there. In fact, you can watch Roku right now, and you'll be set and ready to go. We got a lot to get to in these 90 minutes. Here's the fascinating thing. And obviously, this time slot's a little bit tricky just because you've probably at this point have heard 3,000 different perspectives on what happened with the Browns. So by the time you get to this time slot, we're not going to necessarily recap the game. But we have answers. This quarterback situation between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, let's just be clear, it's not a competition. Tom Monken is a phenomenal politician, but let's just be clear, the QB competition is over. It's not over because somebody emerged as one of the better guys. It's over because somebody has to be the best of the worst. It's not necessarily that, how can you criticize Deshaun Watson for what he did? He was 11 of 15. He was 8 of 9 when Casey Concepcion had that touchdown, and he should have been 9 for 9, but Harold Fannin dropped the ball. But he's a BG alum, so we don't acknowledge drops from Harold Fannin on this show. That's a rule. All right? Let's just be clear. By the way, Keenan Allen signed a 1-year deal with the Colts. So That just reminded me about the ESPN thing. But here's the deal. And this is where things get very, very complicated. Going into this camp, the expectation that I had, maybe not anybody else, but I had, was that either Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders was going to emerge and be the clear-cut number one. I thought the conversations that we were going to have by the time we get to August 17th, soon to be August 18th, was, okay, both of these guys are ascending. Todd Monken has a tough choice on his hands because do you listen to the front office and ownership, who obviously wants to see the Deshaun Watson contract through? Or is Shedeur Sanders, the up-and-comer, making a strong case to be the starter, to earn the right to start all 17 games for the Cleveland Browns? The fact is, here on August 17th, after Todd Monken, and I don't blame Todd Monken. Again, Todd Monken's a phenomenal politician. Todd Monken gave Deshaun Watson the most conservative game plan I've ever seen in a preseason game. First possession, first offense possession, you start with 3 straight runs. And then that's not to say Deshaun Watson didn't execute the dumps and the screen passes, short passes. Not to say he didn't execute that. We're paying a lot of money for a game manager. That's just me. We're paying a lot of money for a game manager. Now, I will take a game manager if he doesn't turn the ball over. But there are still major red flags with Deshaun Watson. But with that being said, it is clear after Saturday, Deshaun Watson is QB1. Even if there are clear major red flags. The red flags, waiting on receivers to get open, being hesitant, the speed of the game. We're going to play a clip for you later in the show. I got Booger McFarland talking about, Deshaun is, in terms of smarts, like he knows football. He can recite defenses and call out defenses, which is cool. It's great. But when your mind and your physical abilities and I guess confidence level doesn't match up, you kind of get the result that you have on Saturday, where teams have to put a conservative game plan together. And I'm not going to sit here and celebrate Deshaun Watson's performance because, again, I hate to say it like this, Chicago didn't have all their ones out there. They didn't. So, on one hand, yes, Deshaun Watson got his feet wet 2 years in. Cool, bet. But on the other side, major red flags, holding on to the ball too long. Against starters, he's going to get exposed. We've seen it. That's not groundbreaking sports talk. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen week 1 at Jacksonville. That's exactly what's going to happen. Week 2 against Tampa Bay. None of this is breaking news. None of this is groundbreaking sports talk. You can, come on now. But the bigger problem, knowing all of this, knowing everything that's at stake, it's up to the backup to take the job away from the starter. Shedeur Sanders has not done that. We posted the clip from Main Event last night on social media and on TikTok, and I said, look, listen, if Todd Monken, and he's not going to, but I just said it, if Todd Monken came out today and announced Deshaun Watson as the starter of the Cleveland Browns, the starting quarterback, I would not be upset. And because of what and I said it, I'm not going to say I didn't say it. I said it. It's on tape. But obviously, clips don't tell the whole story of my overall commentary and my opinions and thoughts. People on TikTok, oh, you would have loved it. Oh, you're a Deshaun Watson lover. Oh, you just lick him up and down. You just love Deshaun Watson. Fine. If you think I'm a DW4 fan, you go right on ahead. You go on ahead, you suck on those ice cream popsicles and have a good time. But that ain't me. But if you think that's me, that's on you. That's on you. You can have whatever we're serving later tonight on Smash or Pass. You can have it. But that ain't me. But come on now. Come on now. Don't tell me that I applaud Todd Monken. He's a brilliant politician. I keep coming back to that because look at the practice plan this week. He laid it out. Yeah, they're both going to split reps and stuff. Shador's going to get Monday and Wednesday. Deshaun's going to get Tuesday and most of Thursday. Which day are they in full pads? That would be Tuesday. Deshaun is getting the reps on Tuesday. What day are the Bills coming into town for joint practices? That would be Thursday. They do joint practices in full pads. Thursday and a little bit of Friday. Matter of fact, Eli, if we have it ready, let's play Monken 01. This is Todd Monken's practice plan for this week against the Buffalo Bills. This video, courtesy of Cameron Justice of News 5. Take a look.
Well, we both talked about that if we see out of our ones, our group, our older players, what we want to see on Thursday, they would not play in the game. We agreed upon that. Okay, the plan is that we'll play our ones a significant amount against each other, right, on Thursday in a controlled environment. Not that the other guys aren't going to get reps, but in a controlled environment and see where we're at. I would assume if it's anything like we've practiced before, that it'll be on point with what we want and what we see, and then we get to see where we stack up against one of the premier teams over the last 10 years making the playoffs. I'm excited for that because in that practice we get to see our ones against ones, right? And so that's going to be fun. I got a lot of respect for Joe and the staff there and what Sean initially started and where Joe's trying to take it. And hopefully they're going to have a lot of respect for the way we play and the way we practice and handle ourselves. Yes, it'll be Shador just like we did the other day. And if one continues like Shador went into the fourth quarter, we'll do the exact same thing. He was so excited he went back out there again. I said, no, Dylan's out there. Get off the damn field. Probably going to go that way. I'm not going to pay myself in the corner. Shador's going to play the first half. Deshaun will play the third quarter. Dylan will play the fourth quarter as we speak right now.
As we speak right now. I'm a wrestling guy. I'm a combat sports guy. What's those famous words? Cards subject to change. Let's play our other Monken cut right now, also courtesy of Cameron Justice, making the decision on QB1.
Would I like to have a decision today? Of course. Would I like a decision by next Monday? Of course. Well, I'd love to have that decision. And we'll see. We've got a lot of football this week. We've already had a lot of football. We've got 4 days of practice in a game that all adds into any decision with the roster and who the starters are. Some are further along than others, right? We already know. That's part of it. And I'm okay. By the time we get to next week, that'd be great. We can start planning that way, have some practices, and then here we go against Jacksonville.
All right, so you got that at stake here. Right now, the plan, it's clear if you just read between the lines here, folks. The plan is to build up Deshaun Watson's confidence, try to get as many reps as you can, while at the same time making it seem like Shador has a chance in the quarterback competition. He doesn't. We'll explain more about Shador in our next segment. But you build up confidence for Deshaun Watson, and you hope for the best. Sorry. But yes, you hope for the best. Here's the thing, though, and it goes back to what I said at the very beginning of the show. We thought the conversation coming into camp was going to be both quarterbacks elevating themselves, and he was going to have a tough conversation. Now the conversation's even tougher because they both stink. So what do you do if you have two quarterbacks that are simply not good? They're limited, right? on one hand, you have Deshaun, who's trying to rebuild his confidence, but it's, come on now. You can see that it's just, can he pick up the speed? We've been waiting 6 years. We've been waiting 6 years. I just saw on DraftKings Twitter post this day in history, August 17th, 2020, Donovan Mitchell dropped 57 points in his first playoff game with Utah. In the bubble. Just caught that. By the way, same day, Luka had 42 points. So come on now, folks. It's, and listen, if I was in Tom Monken's position, with all the political pressure, all the outside noise, things like that, I would probably approach it the same way. Because at this point, you're at a point where I would have loved to push Shedeur out there for 17 games. I can't. And it's okay. Shedeur still has an opportunity to prove himself and perform, and maybe he'll be available in the second half of the season. But he needs to level up. Again, more on Shedeur coming up in moments. But Deshaun, hopefully this practice, hopefully this week, he can kind of, let's take some shots, let's take some chances, let's speed up the progressions. I saw too much this past Saturday of locking down on receiver number one, locking down, and then first option's not there, tucks and runs. I saw too much of that. Hopefully that's not a trend, but again, we've been waiting 6 years. I just hope that's not a trend, though, because I'm a Browns fan. You know, I was watching this. We had a great family gathering this past weekend. It just happened to be surrounded by the Browns preseason game, and we made an observation. Actually, my uncle made this observation, but like I'm watching, it's like it's true. It's like, do you get the sense that when Deshaun Watson's out there, it doesn't seem like any receiver is open? It's the penalty of holding on to the football for too long and not going through progressions, staring down receivers. So DBs and linebackers, they don't have to move. They know exactly where the ball is going to. If you throw it. And if you don't throw it, tuck and run, only get a couple yards, if that. But when you're locking down receivers, nobody can get open. Nobody's going to get open. And that's the problem. And I go back to, at this point, what do you do? One thing I did like, the rest of the roster looks really good, right? At least the rest of the first team. And I'm not going to get into what happens if you go past your starters. Offensive line, they need to add a little bit more depth, offensive line. But like defense, obviously, if you have some injuries with your first team defense, you're in a lot of trouble. But that's kind of where you're at. I don't think Deshaun Watson, you could build up his confidence. His game is not changing. This is what you're going to get. And now you're trying to see through a massive contract. But when we come back, the one player I'm extremely disappointed in is Shedeur Sanders. Extremely disappointed in Shedeur Sanders. And he'll make it sound like it's my fault. It's my fault that he has all the football was wet. Okay, fine. How do you explain the turnovers in November and December? How do you explain that? We're going to hear his post-game comments after the game. And my message to Shedeur Sanders, F all the critics, it's time to level up. More of Midnight Run after the break.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Oh, hey everyone. It's me, Autumn, here from the Daily Spiral, your main host from the center of the chaos. And all week, I have you covered. We will be covering Love Island USA, the Lindsay Clancy case, everything I missed on vacation, because as you guys know, I was on vacation for a week and a lot of crazy stuff happened. The Lakers getting sold, and maybe potentially could they move to Vegas? I don't know. We're going to talk about it. D23 and all the Disney and Marvel news. And of course, you know, I'm going to give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. But we also have the Daily Spiral at a new time, 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Please tune in to the Daily Spiral Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., and you won't regret it.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, later in the show, it's Monday, so we got our Monday Night Raw reacts coming up near the end of the show. Major developments in the never-ending Bloodline story, and I hate to admit that I'm compelled. Eli, come on the screen, because before we talk Shador, we're going to talk Shador coming up in a couple minutes here. Something, an image I came across during our break.
Yes.
I want to show you. This is courtesy of DraftKings Sports. They have it. I want to show you guys the last 5 Week 1 starting quarterbacks in the AFC North.
Okay.
And here they are. I think we have. I'll pull up the graphic there.
Yep. Perfect.
And look at this. Someone pointed out that Lamar Jackson has outlasted every one of our starters. It's Tyrod Taylor or Tyrod Taylor, depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah, that's right.
Baker Mayfield, Arizona starting quarterback Jacoby Brissett,
Dude, yeah,
Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, and then probably Deshaun Watson again in 2026.
And I'm going to pull this down here just so you can see the Steelers one here too. I mean, it's so frustrating because even the Steelers had like a bunch of shit in the middle, and then they still made their way to at least a veteran quarterback that can at least have them competing for a playoff spot. Say what you will about Aaron Rodgers. Guy's still better than half the league. My goodness. I thought that said Jimmer Fredette for Cincinnati. Just Pharrell. There we go. So Jimmer Fredette. Damn.
Oh, man.
John Kitna, AA. You remember John Kitna?
John Kitna is my dude. John Kitna, he was a stud.
Carson Palmer, man.
Of course, the late great Steve Air McNair.
Yes.
Up there. Dude. Steve McNair was one of my first favorite football players.
Yeah. And I had people like that got to see him play at Alcorn State. Yep, for Steve McNair. And they said he was absolutely incredible. Like you knew he was going to the league then when he's playing against like Youngstown State. Like you knew he was going to the league. I mean, incredible. Man, that's a good, on a side note, while we're looking at this, something we should do on Midnight Run one of these times. Maybe we'll bring it on prime time is do like, who are some of the players that got you into football? We should definitely do that one of these days.
I would love that.
It's a good one. But just looking at all this, I know we're up against it here. There's a quick one here coming back from break, but man, what are like, and the frustrating thing is they all found quarterbacks at one point or another. Like they may have started with one, like, okay, Baltimore didn't, Redmond, no, like Farrow for Cincy, no, Tyrod in this run, no. And then Ben Roethlisberger, obviously, yeah. And then the real sad thing, and obviously Steve McNair, the only outlier, but then like the next two for everybody is a little like Carson Palmer obviously had a real bad kind of rep in terms of like that injury and the stuff with Pittsburgh and stuff. I think we're talking a different Carson Palmer if some things shake a different way, but there he is, Baker Mayfield. You see him?
But before we end this topic here, go to the left side of this list for all 4 teams. Look at the year underneath the names.
Okay, yeah. Redmond 02, Farrow 02, Ben Roethlisberger 2000, and
that's probably
11.
2011, but he probably had like an injury. He had an injury year, one of those. Right. But basically, just say Roethlisberger 2005 because he started, I think, in the second week of 2004. So basically, 2005 to 21, Roethlisberger.
And then here's our longest, there's our tenure, 2018. God dang it, I'm so mad. AA, I've already yelled at the Browns so much today. Gosh dang it, bro. Let me ask you this. Can you pull that up one more time? Actually, one of us can pull it up here. Pull it up one more time. I have a question for you, and you probably won't be able to answer tonight. What out of those guys, if they all were in their best peak ability, how many of those guys would you take in the current quarterback room in Cleveland?
That's
because I definitely
we'll just go down the list here with Baltimore. Steve McNair, his prime, obviously.
Yeah.
Lamar, Carson Palmer, Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton had a good run. He had a good run.
He did, and we had Joe Flacco, so we know that would work.
Obviously, okay. Joe Burrow. The toughest thing honestly, for the criteria that you just laid out for this question, at one point in time, Deshaun Watson might have been the best quarterback on this entire sheet.
Yeah, I mean, either him, Burrow, or Lamar. Like, that was legit. Like, that's the craziest thing. And I'll be quick with this, but my final point on this is it's crazy to think Deshaun Watson hasn't played quality football since Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow have pretty much been in the league, AA.
Yeah.
Like, Deshaun Watson's last good year in the league, I believe, was so Lamar was in 2018. So that would have been, so 2018, Deshaun that was his last solid year. I think that's when they went to the AFC Conference Championship or divisional round. 2019, the stuff obviously
2019, he was on his way to an MVP season, and then he was injured.
So think about it. One season for Lamar in their passing. Wow, words are hard. That they were both relevant at decent to great levels. And then Joe Burrow's never seen Deshaun Watson play good football in the NFL.
That's the frustrating thing. I mean, the people who made the decision to bring Deshaun Watson in might have looked at some version of a list like this and looked at the names, and you could make a case Deshaun Watson at his peak was at the level of Lamar Jackson at his peak.
And
Joe Burrow at his peak right now.
Yes. And then my final point, then I'm going to disappear behind the screen here. But my final point is, and it's scary to think that Todd Monken, who I believe can get the offense together, there were some bright spots. It's scary to think that he's essentially running Deshaun Watson, the offense through him, like he's Lamar Jackson in his prime. Like the read options, to even in practice earlier on today, you're hearing a lot of read options and a lot of, quarterback designed runs. That's not Shedeur Sanders' game. Sure, he can be a little mobile, but that says Deshaun Watson from 2018. But it's scary because he's not Deshaun Watson for 2018 or 2019. This is 2026 Deshaun Watson, and I think Todd Monken has to realize he does not have prime Lamar Jackson. He has out of prime, injured, and confused at times Deshaun Watson.
I think that's why the plan, and we could take this graphic off. I think the plan now, Eli, with Deshaun, and I don't blame Todd Monken for doing this. Deshaun is his investment. I think the plan solely is to build confidence. Put him in situations where he can look good. He can have favorable numbers, high percentage throws, things like that. And here's the evil truth. I truly believe we're not going to see that many ones on Saturday.
No.
So, and didn't I say that last week?
You did.
This was going to play out exactly like this?
You did.
We're not. Shedeur's going to get the start. Honestly, it's kind of a token start, to be perfectly honest. The real money, the real juice, the real action is going to take place Thursday and Friday, not in front of fans, by the way, because we don't get to see the practices. I mean, the media will, and we're going to get perspective from the media and press conferences, but the fans won't see this. And I guarantee you they're going to beat each other up, between Thursday and Friday. And you're not going to see most of the ones.
And my fear is, and my final point, I've said that a few times, my final point, though, based off what you said, and you already played the clip, Todd Monken, he mentioned it there in the clip you played earlier, that him and Buffalo head coach Joe Brady agreed if they get what they want out of practice, they won't play the starters in the preseason game. And I was just reading that to recap one more time off of Daniel Oyefuzi's tweet there. That's like, okay, so that tells me two things. One, if Deshaun Watson plays well enough in practice, then Shedeur is going to get the start. But that means Deshaun's probably the starter. And if they don't get what they want out of practice, Shedeur Sanders isn't starting this weekend. Deshaun Watson is. Because as you said, the card is always subject to change. And if they don't see what they like out of practice against the Bills, why wouldn't they just put him out there and start him again or give him extensive time?
Eli, my follow-up question to you. What would you define a good practice for Deshaun Watson?
I mean,
it's a good practice because I'm just gonna use the rules that we saw on Saturday. 11-15 is technically a good game. It's technically a good start.
Yeah, I would want Yeah, I would want, and obviously we know how I feel about Deshaun Watson, but we're just talking strictly on the football field. I would want to see if he's able to push the ball downfield, because that's been his biggest
You're
struggle.
not going to see that. See?
I know.
I'm glad you said that. You ain't seeing it. You're not going to see it. We're not going to see that until week 1.
And
He
that's
is
why
this coaching staff is protecting Deshaun Watson from himself. You hit the nail on the head. I don't even know if you realized it. You will not see Deshaun challenge the ball down the field in front of public eyes. They're not. First off, Todd Monken says Deshaun Watson is going to get the third quarter. He's going to play in the third quarter on Saturday. No, the hell he ain't. He's not playing on Saturday. No. That's going to be all Dylan Gabriel and maybe Green in the fourth quarter, because they got to figure stuff out with Dylan Gabriel. So Dylan Gabriel's going to get those reps in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Deshaun's not playing. My opinion, Deshaun's not playing on Saturday.
Yeah. Unless he looks absolutely awful and they need to get him more reps this weekend. I tend to agree with you. You know, we tip the cap when one of us are right. I will tip my cap to you, because all offseason you've been saying this is what we've been walking into. You called it back in January and February when the coaching search was going on and all that. So I tip my cap to you, my bro. I'm not happy about it, because this is what we're served. I know you're not either. I get it, but this is just, it's disappointing. And then I'm going to disappear for real. I'm literally disappearing. I have to say this, but it's disappointing, and somebody's head's got to roll. Somebody's got to be on the hot seat. Somebody, whether it's Barry or whether it's Monken, somebody's got to be on the hot seat. Either Todd Monken, if we're not basically saying, look, I've tried as much as I can to protect this guy's image. He's not good. Let's at least be with the young guys, and it sucks. We're on the 2027. I'm going to get my read option type quarterback that can throw the ball. Or it's on Andrew Barry, who I mentioned yesterday in main event. It's on the guy that did have some hand in getting Deshaun Watson, and eventually we got to call him out for the moves he's made at the quarterback position. You don't win without a quarterback. All right, AA, see you later.
That is true about you can't win without a quarterback, but obviously more to come on that. Now, Shedeur Sanders. Listen, you do have a say, despite everything else that's going on. You do have a say on how this quarterback goes. And here's the thing. And one thing I know is fun. It's fun to make fun of Kevin Stefanski for a lot of reasons. The one thing I do appreciate about Kevin Stefanski was up front and saying, listen, if you're the backup quarterback, we ain't got time for you to get reps and things like that. You better be up to speed, ready to go, and that's that. I think a lot of times teams and coaches, things like that, you have a good solid idea of what you want to do with position battles. It's up to the person who's not projected to win the job to not only play just as good. Playing just as good is not good enough, but you got to play better than the person ahead. The problem right now that you're seeing from Shedeur Sanders, and I will credit Eli because I listened to Primetime. He brought this up, and honestly, I was doing network business while listening to Inside Edge Primetime, 10 o'clock here on the network, Monday through Friday. And honestly, ever since Eli has said this, has actually been bugging the crap out of me for like almost 2 hours now. He had mentioned about Shedeur Sanders, about, he made the right read and then it sailed and, things like that. Can you imagine Tom Brady saying that? Can you imagine Tom Brady? Can you imagine some of the greats that we just showed on that screen saying that? It's okay. It's fine. I made the right decision. It's just, did it? Can you imagine? Okay. Oh my goodness. It's Monday. I'm going to get angry. Can you effing imagine us losing a critical game during the season and my quarterback goes out there and says, well, I made the right decision. It's just sell, Let's play Shedeur from post game from this past Saturday.
What I see, the right read just slipped, It's the right read, it just slipped. So that's what makes me be mad a little bit because of it. But I don't, any decision I make, I know it's the right decision. I just didn't execute the decision, but the right decision was made. So every day I look and I see about decision making, like how's my decisions I'm making, and that's how I grade myself off of. Obviously, turn the ball over and all that stuff is not great, and it won't survive a long time in the league doing that. But as long as my eyes and my feet and everything was in the right place, being able to execute it just may happen. So I look at the positive of things, I'm alive, I'm breathing, I'm able to come up here and talk to y'all, so, I can't be that down.
I need a break here. I want to ponder what we just heard. I get it. It's not the worst answer in the world, but Shedeur needs to level up like right the F now. Do you guys feel that way? Maybe I'm taking this way too out there. Maybe I'm just off the ball here. Just like, bro, chill. Okay, chill. That's his attitude. That's just what it is. I just can't picture a franchise quarterback going up there and say, yeah, I made the right decision. Just the next, I just can't. And it's like, you got to make, Shedeur is the one guy who can change all of this. He just chooses not to. And I need Shedeur Sanders to level up. We'll talk more about Shedeur on the other side of the break. Plus, I have a commentator saying that the Browns could be the surprise team. I want to get you fill this bottle up with something else after you hear this comment coming up in just a little bit. Also, this hour, Halloween in August. Yeah, I got something for that. Plus, we got WNBA discussion where we're not going to go political or anything like that. We're not doing that, but it is some critical commentary that we do have that we'll talk about coming up. And back to school week here on Midnight Run and Monday Night Raw Reacts. We still got a ton to do in the next. Oh, and Smash and Pass. Smash or Pass. We got a ton to do before 1 o'clock. Back after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Monster and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. What's up, guys? Awesome show today on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. We regrettably talked Browns. I get sweaty talking about any sort of Cleveland sports team not named the Cavs, and even then I still get a little nervous. Talked about them. They got a lot to sort out. We also dove into a bunch of different things, flock cameras, everything else in between, all your news, talk, sports. We always have it for you here on Unfiltered. Tomorrow, really sad scene out of Lorain County, a couple teenagers passing away in a shooting. We'll dive into that a little bit. Also, crazy story out of Summit County involving a couple dozen cats and one dog, only one. I'll explain all of this tomorrow on Unfiltered right here on the Inside Edge Network, 9 to 10. I'll see you Tuesday.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
So Kyle said when he talks Browns, he starts to get sweaty. Sounds like a great weight loss plan to me. You're going to be sweating a lot. I mean, been sweating for 30 years. Man, my goodness. Welcome back. Listen, I've said all along, I wish it was under better circumstances. But I truly believe you probably have to start the season with Deshaun Watson. I think that's the route that they're going with. Excuse me. That's not to say that Shedeur Sanders can't play. Shedeur had a great 3rd and 15 play. A ball down the field to Luke Floria, Minter's very own Luke Floria. So he was able to maneuver around the pocket, things like that. It's the inexplicable turnover. I had a football coach way back when. He had old school guy, right? I don't think he believed in 2-point conversions. But he always said every drive should end with a kick. Like, what do you mean by that? Obviously, an extra point, if you score a touchdown, a field goal, or a punt. Every successful drive should end with a kick. And he always talked about that. It's so true. The problem with Shedeur, you get 5 great plays and then that inexplicable interception. That just should not happen. And it's like, Shedeur is mentality-wise, if he can level up upstairs, and then honestly, maybe for Shedeur, the best thing he could do, I know Deion Sanders was like, well, you don't really learn from sitting down and learn. In Shedeur's case, maybe it is for the best. Sit for the first few games, and take mental notes. It's obvious there are some things that he still needs to work on. And if he comes in midway through the season, he's going to get opportunities. Let's be real about this. He's going to get opportunities so just be ready. He has to be mentally ready. He has to be mentally focused. But my thing is this. If you're not really going to give him he's been given an honest shot, but let's get this thing. Let's, do what you need to do. But I don't know. It's just been, it's been tough. It's been really tough to think about this. Booker McFarland was on Barstool Sports. He had this, whatever this is, to say about the Cleveland Browns being a surprising team.
I think the Cleveland Browns could be, I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it. I think the Browns could be the surprise of the AFC. Because I think Deshaun Watson, Watson's going to wind up being better than people think.
Okay.
Wow.
Because what you described, we might as well put the guy out there and play because we paid. That's the sunk cost fallacy. That's I would do the same thing too. But I think most good teams wouldn't, right? Like most teams, it's really teams that would never find themselves in that predicament to begin with. But just because you're paying the guy a lot of money, we've seen a lot from him. Now, we were just talking about the other week, he was legitimately a top 5 quarterback in the NFL when he was in Houston.
Legit top 5. I'll never forget watching him in the post-game press conference when a reporter asked him a question about some coverage, and he detailed the coverage like Peyton Manning does on Monday night on the Manning cast. He was talking about the safety and cover 3 and all this. And I'm like, man, that dude is on it. And we all know his ability to run. I just remember the Deshaun Watson at Clemson, man. He was he used to will his team to win. Now, I know there's a lot that's transpired since then, but man, sometimes you can turn back the hands of time. I hope he turns back the hands of time, if not for this season, just for a moment where people like us who talk have to come on this microphone and say, man, Deshaun Watson, not bad. Deshaun Watson.
Hands of Time, is that a massage parlor? That's a good name for one.
Hands of Time would be good.
Yeah.
I wish we could turn back the clock and Wendy's can serve Biggie fries, but we can't have all nice things, can we? You can always have nice things at the Brothers Lounge. The Brothers Lounge is a great place to be for live music and concerts and trivia night and open mic night and whatever your heart desires as far as entertainment. Of course, great drinks. And my guy, Chef Wim, the food. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Dog, they made this pasta. Eli and I, we were at Brothers Lounge on Saturday. They made this voodoo pasta. Macaroni, some spices, some stuff, and chicken. Oh, man. Man. You can just smell heaven as it came to the plate, it came to the table, and then I was eating it. And, Eli looked at me halfway through. It's like, you think you're going to want a box? I'm like, no, sir. Let's go. We going to the finish line here. we going straight. We call for the finish. We're going right to the finish with this. But I'll tell you, every time I've had food at the Brothers Lounge, it has been top notch every single time. And it's at a reasonable price too. You're not priced out either. So that's the beauty of it. You get great quality food, great drinks, great entertainment, things like that at a very affordable price. At a location at the Brothers Lounge, west side of Cleveland, been an establishment since 1959. It's a part of the fabric of Cleveland and part of the fabric of the entertainment scene here in Cleveland. But definitely check out the Brothers Lounge, West 117th in Detroit, right in that Cleveland Lakewood border. And in fact, our entire team, we will be there every single Brown Sunday for pregame and postgame coverage live from the Brothers Lounge. So when Deshaun Watson throws 5 interceptions, we'll cry with you at the Brothers Lounge. we'll celebrate too. Obviously, we're Browns fans and stuff. So, and let me make this clear, just real quick. But I know new people are tuning in and are like, "Oh, so you're just negative about anything Cleveland Browns related." I call it like I see it. Number one, I'm a Cleveland sports fan through and through. Through and through. So you ain't got to question me about my love and fandom towards Cleveland sports. But I know, listen, you can go years and generations without winning a title. Or in the case of the Cleveland Browns, we're getting close to 30 effing years. Excuse me, I'm wrong. 40 years. Wow, I'm way off. We're getting close to 40 years without winning the AFC North / Central. So there you go. You want to talk about accountability? There's that. Speaking of accountability, I do want to transition. And again, we'll have full coverage, Browns and all the teams here on the InsideEdge Network. One quick programming note. I guess we have this announcement, but I want to remind everyone. Fridays here on the InsideEdge Network. Fridays at 11:30, midnight run. I'm so excited about this. Myself and Eli, and we're going to get some assistance, of course, from our partners at Keon Sports. We are excited to debut our Football Friday show with midnight run starting at 11:30. That 11:30 half hour will be exclusively dedicated to high school football here in the area. So you'll get scores, you'll get some of the key storylines. We'll have interviews from key members of Keon Sports. So we'll have all that for you. That 11:30 half hour, our midnight run high school football show in collaboration with KeonSports.com. Of course, Vince McKee and his whole team over there at Keon Sports, they do an incredible job with high school football coverage, and we're partnering, teaming up with them to provide that coverage. Also, as part of the Football Friday show, we'll have myself and Eli will have a complete roundtable of all the games coming up across the NFL slate. Obviously, this week is preseason, but it's week 2 of the preseason. So this is the week where we should expect most of the starters to perform. And we have some rookies over week 1 who put in some great performances. So we'll talk about all that coming up on Friday, 11:30, right here on the InsideEdge Network. Talking about the WNBA is extremely tricky. It's extremely tricky because no matter what you say, you're probably wrong in some way. But the problem with talking about the WNBA, for the most part, is not the WNBA's fault. When you talk about a sport that gets more coverage on cable news than cable sports, that's a problem. So I want to aim that the video we're going to play has nothing to do with politics. We don't talk politics on Midnight Run. We don't do it. That this is not the time slot to do it. We have other shows here on the network that covers politics. This ain't one of them. So I want to make that perfectly clear when you hear the commentary that you're going to hear from Rick Bucher here in just a matter of moments. But we are also allowed to be fair in our commentary about how sports are perceived and how sports can be better, especially in the case of the WNBA, which has, you got players that are shining. One of my favorite athletes right now across all sports is Olivia Miles. I think Olivia Miles, she's with Minnesota. She's in the running for MVP. I told you guys, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Last week or 2 weeks ago? She hit a half-court buzzer beater to end the first quarter, and it was a bank off glass. I'm like, that's some amazing stuff. And she did that against Las Vegas, and that was a very good game. And obviously, Kelsey Mitchell and Caitlin Clark and everything going on with Indiana and all the scores across. The WNBA is in good shape. They're in good shape. There's a reason why they're expanding. Doesn't mean that it's always perfect. Hell, the NFL's not perfect. Again, we don't have sports talk if the NFL was perfect. We don't have sports talk if the NBA was perfect. And there are things to discuss from an on-court standpoint when things are going wrong. Rick Bucher, longtime NBA writer. Years ago, he was with ESPN. He made this point. I want you guys to pay attention to the entire clip. It's about 50 seconds here. The entire clip. Don't just turn it off after the first few seconds. Here's Rick Bucher talking about representation within WNBA coverage. Take a look.
Why are all the color analysts and studio hosts women? Women have served in a variety of positions on national NBA broadcasts. Why shouldn't there be diversity on national WNBA broadcasts? What are the networks afraid of? The only males you will find on a national broadcast now are young up-and-comers doing play-by-play. Is the WNBA not worthy of being discussed and dissected by a variety of voices and perspectives in the same way the NBA is? There are some smart basketball-savvy women, both in the studio and the broadcast booth, but I don't hear a whole lot of differing opinion or debate. It all comes off as safe and monotone and cookie-cutter, especially when it comes to controversial topics. All of it feels like a girls' club, the media protecting the league from real scrutiny or critique. I'll ask again, what are they afraid of?
I think there's a couple things. Again, that's fair commentary. I'll address one side of it first. Obviously, the political side of it, which for whatever reason is just crazy strong right now. Whether you agree or disagree with the politics, it's a part of it. So you do have that on one end. But you had a situation where, unfortunately, Angel Reese, who's one of these superstars of the league, she had an opportunity to make a game winner. I know it was a contested layup off glass, but it was there. She had an opportunity to win for the Atlanta Dream, didn't get the job done. Now, if it was the NBA and it was, pick a player, whoever it may be, and they didn't get the job done, we would be crucifying that player on First Take or whatever show, things like that. I mean, heck, we just went hard on our Browns quarterback situation. Now, imagine we're doing this show 2 years from now, August 18th, 2028, and the Cleveland Sirens lose against the Indiana Fever because one of our players, we'll speak it into existence, Caitlin Clark missed a wide open three-pointer on behalf of the Cleveland Sirens, and we lose the game. Are we not allowed to talk about and critique Caitlin Clark or whoever player that may be for missing a wide open three-pointer to win the game for the Cleveland Sirens with a playoff spot on the line? That's part of the territory, folks. Like that's part of it. Like, be ready. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be phenomenal supporting a WNBA team here, but it's a professional league. It's a professional sport. We ain't got nothing else to cover during the summertime. We're going to cover it every win, every loss. Even if you win, there might be some things we're going to nitpick. Even if you lose, we're going to prop things up. But this is not, it's not high school football. Kyle and I, we're going to have another season, another opportunity to cover CVC, Chagrin Valley Conference football, which we are both looking forward to doing. We're excited about, of course, our owner, Peter Tullup, LPV Productions, setting it all up. It's a fun time. Years ago, I did the games with Voice of the Land's Kevin Arnold, my boy, Rico McGee, and then this will be year 4 of me and Kyle being together for CVC TV. On those broadcasts, there are times where the games are not competitive, but we don't. Yes, we're going to mention certain things like, hey, just look out for this. This week, they're going to obviously focus on cutting down on turnovers and things like that. But in high school, you're not calling out a player for making a mistake. More so, you're praising the other player from the other team for making a play. So in most cases, you're not necessarily criticizing the quarterback that's throwing the interception. You're praising the defensive back who caught the interception and maybe ran it back for 6. So we may have a situation where, hey, we may talk about one team a little bit more than the other just because there are more positive plays. But that's high school. That's for the love of the game. WNBA, this is pros. And we want to be, we want to acknowledge the WNBA being treated like pros. That's part of it. Part of it is having the debates. Now, Rick Bucher talked about having more male representation in terms of things like that. I know Stan Van Gundy did a game for Prime Video. I know, well, not anymore. He used to coach in the WNBA. Bill Lambier used to coach in the WNBA. But yeah, I mean, men know what they're talking about. They too, not just, everybody know. If you're involved with basketball, like Doris Burke is one of the GOATs of analysts. She knows what she's talking about. She's the real deal. Whatever she says, all right, you can buy into it. It works both ways. You can, it's okay to criticize. You're not going to, don't gatekeep. To be fair of this commentary, Andrea Carter, who's one of the faces of women's basketball broadcasting, Andrea Carter, she does a great job of breaking things down both ways. Like, it's not just, she will criticize when necessary. She will do it. I've heard it. She will do it. But yeah, it's just one of those things. You just got to open up and be ready to go with that, with the WNBA. But yeah, I just want to be clear, Lord willing, we're doing this show and the Inside Edge Network is even at a higher status than it is right now. And we're doing Midnight Run 2 years from now. And yeah, we're going to be breaking down Cleveland Cyrus basketball. I don't want to feel bad for potentially having to criticize our new women's basketball team, because truthfully, I mean, we all know they're not going to go, 50-0. They're not going to go undefeated in the regular season. So yeah, we're going to talk about them, but we got to be fair both ways. The WNBA, doesn't matter what you hear elsewhere. WNBA is in good shape. They're in really good shape. You can find games anywhere. They're fine. Now the next step, if you want to be included in mainstream conversations, it's okay to open things up and take on criticism. All right, final segment coming up after the break. After my workout, I spotted a Spirit Halloween. No, not just a sign. The store's open. It's ready to go. How early is too early to buy Halloween costumes? Myself and Eli will address that coming up. Also, folks, it's back to school week here on Midnight Run. We're going to get into that. And two more things. Our Monday Night Raw recap. And we end the show with Smash. Smash and pass for the homies. We'll be back.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at KeyOnSports.com or on YouTube at KeyOnSports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks. They offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, final segment of the show. Again, reminder, make sure you like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms. That's Inside Edge Net. That's where you can follow us. And remember, every single night, starting at 8 p.m. with the Daily Spiral, all the way through, unfiltered, Inside Edge Primetime, Midnight Run, we go from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m., Monday through Friday, right here at Inside Edge Net on YouTube and Twitter. /X. So YouTube and Twitter, we're out here live each and every single weeknight. And that's just our daily programs, not to mention our weekly programs as well, including the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast, the main event with myself, Eli Moon, Rob Rozicki on Sunday nights. We have that for you, and many other programs featured here on the Inside Edge Network, Illegal Formation, Voice of the Land, all of that. Of course, our mental health podcast, Real Talk with Papa Moon, Saturdays at 5 right here on the Inside Edge Network. I bring up mental health because this is back to school week here on Midnight Run. And I mentioned back to school week because anybody under the age of 18 that's watching the show right now, y'all need to take all behinds to bed. What are y'all doing? Want me to talk about Santa Claus again? Ho, ho, ho. Listen. All the homies eat. Listen, folks. All all week long, we're going to celebrate. Let me backtrack. I want to say all week long, we're going to reflect on back to school week here on Midnight Run. I know for everybody, going back to school is not a celebration, and I get all that. This is usually the time of the year where you just, you're a young kid. You're just like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Now, out of anybody who's watching right now, anybody who's a parent, I'm not a parent, Eli's not a parent, but I know parents right now are perhaps celebrating that their child is out of the house, things like that. But I want to, Eli, you can pop on at any point. Every single day this week, at least today through Thursday, I do want to take a couple minutes to celebrate one particular element of back to school week.
Okay.
And today, I want to talk about the false hope that we've had each and every single first day of school of attracting women.
Dude, I got some funny stories for you. Yeah, we'll get into them. Yeah, this is what we do here on Midnight Run. So,
yeah.
You got something?
I'll go first. And
yes,
then you
please.
roll.
Please, because mine might be painful.
So, first day, freshman year of high school.
Okay.
Now, at this point, football. So, when you're an athlete or you're playing in sports, like in a fall sport, you're already around people through like camp and things like that. So, it doesn't really feel like first day of school, but it's high school.
Right.
First day, whatever. I don't know why.
Oh, no, double A.
Our coaches had this idea. They always do. Yes, you guys are representatives of our district, of the school. So first day of high school, you're trying to make a good impression. I'm gonna need you to wear a shirt and tie, and sit in the front row. Like,
yeah, you're damn right. Yep,
killing my vibe here. You're killing it. But every single year, Eli, we get that false hope. We go I got new clothes. I got new shoes.
That's right.
I'm gonna finally talk to the girl.
Okay.
And then day one passes. All right, I'm gonna talk to her tomorrow. And then the first week passes. I'm gonna talk to her. I got her lunch. And then some jock takes her instead. And then the year's over. I'm like, what are we doing?
That was such a quick year. That's so sad.
Then the year's over, and then you try to do it again the next year. It's just unbelievable.
Mine filled with pain a little bit. I'm a lover. I'm an empath at heart. So, I've always had that in me, the romantic here at 29 still to this day. And that didn't change when I was a young Eli. In high school, I always saw on the movies, the homecoming asking, like, how are you going to ask the homecoming? All these elaborate questions and one question, but elaborate designs and all that. Double A. I had the idea my freshman year and I won't reveal obviously any people or school or anything, but if you know, this girl that I was like, man, I really want to take her to homecoming. Like I went to like junior high with her. So I'm like, oh, like I've known her for a while. Like, I really want to ask her. She's on the cheerleading squad. She plays volleyball. Like this is going to be perfect. So what did I do? I went to a local establishment and got a cookie cake. And I got will you go to homecoming or homecoming ? Wrote on it. And I decided instead of being one-on-one and just, ask her.
Oh no.
It would be a great idea to bring that cookie cake and hide it at my table in the lunchroom. Oh my God. I was a freshman. Freshmen and juniors ate together, I believe, and then sophomores and seniors, I believe, was how it was.
Oh God!
Even if it was sophomore, they're upperclassmen. They've been there. They know the ropes. I am sitting there. I'm eating my school lunch. I'm chilling. I'm like, I'm a little nervous. And they're like, no, just do it. Like, you're here. You got the cake. Do it. I'm like, well, all right. So I got up, and it's like everybody knew what was going on. I started taking a few steps. The whole freaking lunchroom got quiet. And I start walking over and I go, so-and-so, will you go to homecoming with me? And she goes, yeah, I think I will. And shook my hand.
Did you go to homecoming with this woman?
I think we may have danced at homecoming, but I definitely didn't take her to homecoming. Yeah, it was
So
rough.
you were both present at homecoming, but it wasn't.
Yeah. She didn't show up with me.
Hey, listen, look at the bright side. You were a freshman. You went to homecoming.
Yeah, well, so we did homecoming every year. Like at least at the school that I went to, homecoming was for everybody, and then prom was like the exclusive. Like, and I transferred schools my junior year, so prom became exclusive to seniors. And then if you got lucky enough to get asked, or ask a senior, and you got in that way. But yeah, everybody went to homecoming. But yeah, it was a pretty somber experience. She ate the cookie cake. I mean, she had no problem. She opened that thing up at the lunch table, and all of her friends ate the cookie cake. And that was a rough one. And then my senior year was pretty rough too, because it was a girl that still I guess really liked the movie Frozen. So I was in the talent show.
Okay.
I was the host of the talent show, and I had suspenders and my bow tie on. I was ready to go.
Yes.
I was ready to do it. I was ready to rock. I'm introducing all the art, or the talent for the showcase, and my friends had helped me make a sign with a bunch of Frozen references to ask her to prom. And then at the end of the show, I go, all right, hold on, we got one more act for you. And I go out and grab the sign, and I hold it up, and I asked her, and she was like, sure. Like, it was still the same thing. It was like,
oh
sure.
No, same tone.
It was a different chick, same tone. I was like, no. I mean, now granted, I went to prom with her, but I somehow had not the same color as her. She took a second date with her. She said her cousin had never been to prom. So he somehow showed up in the same color as her. I didn't. I had an off color. Mine was a few shades different, which is a big deal in prom. Big deal.
That's a huge deal.
I got out, took pictures. Mama Moon was pissed. And it takes a lot. You see my mom before, you talk to her. It takes a lot to get her pissed. She was pissed. I rode backseat to my own prom. And then I decided in my after plans, I went and just chilled and partied with the bros. And I said, she's like, we're going to Cedar Point tomorrow. I said, you go to Cedar Point with whoever you brought else with us. So, it's all right.
Want to Cedar Point together? No,
yeah.
no.
Crazy thing is I still communicate with her still on a decent basis, which is crazy considering how that went down, but definitely a little bit better at least than homecoming, getting my hand shook my freshman year in front of the upperclassmen, and I still didn't take her to homecoming.
Yeah, that's all bad. I mean, high school is a little different from college, and I'll lump in BG and, in the school we went to, because it's, high school for the most part, you're in classes with the same student, same classmates, same whatever, you have different goals, different objectives and things like that. But for the most part, it's the same people, right?
Right.
Same people you grew up with, everything. But college is different because we had a thing in college. Every college has this, whether it's trade school or university. It's the same thing. It's the best week of the year, besides birthday week, all and holidays, things like that. Syllabus week. There is nothing better, besides everything else I just mentioned, than syllabus week.
Yeah.
Nothing better. There is so much. It's 12:54. I can say this. Every single person, male, female, anything in between, every single person scouts during syllabus week.
I mean, yeah, because you're not really worried about flunking through syllabus week. So that's when you can do your scouting.
There were a couple classes at BG where I signed up for it. I looked at the syllabus. So I'm like, do I need this class? Is this an elective? There was one that was an elective. I looked like, you can elect your way out of my out of my curriculum. But
I mean, goodness. Hey, we're celebrating back to school week. Come on,
these are the things. Listen, priorities. Okay, fine. Tomorrow we'll talk about getting good grades. But no,
are we gonna do imaginary numbers, like math problems with imaginary numbers tomorrow? Like what are we doing tomorrow? I gotta study. Like
I caught. So I work. My Monday and Tuesdays are going to be crazy because Monday and Tuesdays I co-host with Autumn Chisholm on the Daily Spiral.
Yep.
But in between Spiral and my day job, I go work out, go to the gym, work out. Oh, I had a good one today.
Yep.
I got it in today. I've been noticing this for a couple weeks now. I leave the gym and there's a storefront that for 75% of the year, empty, nothing's there.
Okay.
But every single year, ladies and gentlemen, Spirit Halloween is back. Not just back up and it's like, all right, we're almost ready to open. They're open right now.
Heck yeah, they are.
They're open. They've been open since the beginning of August. So I've thought about this. I know you got a Halloween show coming up at the Brothers Lounge.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, is it better? Like, how early is too early to buy a Halloween costume?
I think it just depends on like what you're planning on doing. Like, I think if you're doing multiple Halloween shows, like, or Halloween appearances, I should say, like if you're going to like the fam's Halloween party and then you're going to, a few friends, it depends because you might need multiple costumes. That's something to consider as well. You don't want to show up in the same one. I did that one year. I showed up as Ghostbusters at 2 or 3 different parties and they gave me shit by the third one. So you don't want to show up. You don't want to show up in the same costume. So you might have to find like a low budget one and then a high budget one and decide which one's for which. So to answer that question, AA, I would say it just depends on your planning. Like how booked is your Halloween? For me, Halloween show at Brothers Lounge on Halloween day and night, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. in the front stage of Brothers Lounge. So we're going to be there rocking. I made the mistake last year of waiting, and I'm like, okay, I'll get it. I'm waiting, and then I was like, okay, I'll get it. And then I ended up on Halloween day, in Spirit Halloween, getting a Halloween costume. I waited an hour and a half in line. And I ended up with a purge mask and a baseball bat. That's what I ended up with.
When half the store is empty, by the way.
Half the store is empty. So I would say there's really no early time because if you get it early, you're going to be able to grab it and take care of it. And I don't know for certain, but I'd imagine they mark some of these items up a little bit as you get closer to Halloween.
I think so. I think if you get something right now, I'll give you the flip side. And I love all my friends dearly, and I'm not going to call them out or anything, but a few years ago, I was supposed to go to a Halloween party, and one of the people hosting the party got sick the day of the party, and it was canceled.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, crap. I spent all this money on this Halloween costume, and not once was I able to wear it.
Fair.
So you do run into that risk too. Yeah. But like, man, if you have a plan right now in August for a Halloween costume, you might want to jump on that right now.
Yeah.
Especially when there's only like 3 people in the parking lot right now. Nobody else is thinking about it.
Exactly. And my last point on this is like, also, if you want to look at the point that, hey, maybe I'm just doing special effects or makeup or whatever, or like paint, whatever, get that stuff early because that will be the first stuff that goes. So like, for example, I'll give you one of my ideas for Halloween this year. I'm thinking about being Harvey Dent, Two-Face from Batman. I want to do I have my sister. She's real good with makeup and stuff like that. I want to have her have my one face, the side of my face, showing the bones and everything. And I want to do that. So for somebody like that, you can probably get away with a button down. You can go get that at any damn store. You got the khakis. Okay, if I want to be Harvey Dent, I got the blonde hair. I'm good there. I just need the makeup. But if I wait till Halloween or I wait a few weeks before, you run the risk of not having the exact stuff you need. Then you got to Amazon it. And if you Amazon it, there's a risk you don't get it. So it's a mess.
Also, if you dress up for Halloween, you go out somewhere, know where you're going. Actually, I mean, you should know where you're going, period. But know where you're going. Like Brothers Lounge is going to be fantastic. Eli's Halloween show is going to be great. But if you happen to just skip over Eli's Halloween party and just go down the street, just be mindful of the clientele. And just be careful.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. I think you articulated that very well. I think we should move on.
There you go. Speaking of that, it's time for our final element of the show, Smash or Pass. We do this every day to end our show here on Midnight Run. And again, thank you all for joining us here on a Monday night. We can do this again tomorrow and every other day here. So this is great. So if you missed the show last week, what we do basically, we take, there's always viral videos of food items or whatever the case may be. And you be the judge. Do you like what you're seeing? If yes, you smash on it. If you don't like it, you pass. Pretty simple stuff. And last week, Eli, we had a lot of good options.
Heck yeah, we did. We smashed a lot of those options.
Woo! We had a lot of great options. Will we see great options again this week, starting with today? Eli, did you see today's selection for Smash or Pass?
I see it's what it's titled. I'm concerned.
Okay.
I'm concerned. I see it here. I believe I see it here. Is it hot dog?
It is Hot Dog 01, today's edition of Smash or Pass.
Today I'm meal prepping for the next 30 days. This helps keep my diet consistent, and the good thing about hot dogs, they're stacked with amazing nutrients and their preservatives to make them last a long time. People wonder why I don't use ketchup or mustard, but I don't like eating red 40 or yellow 5. However, from time to time I do add some extra flavor. To make my meals even more convenient, I store them in easy to access areas. For example, I don't even have to take a break from playing games to enjoy my next meal. I do still kinda suck at this game though. This might seem ridiculous, but the reality is I'm 2 months ahead on meals, and I'm not going to need to cook for a very long time.
Excuse me? Did he just stick a nozzle of Cheese Whiz in that hot dog and fill it with cheese? Did he not even cook was he eating those things? Was he, I don't want to say it, but it's past minute. Was he raw dogging that hot dog?
Yes, he was.
Cooking? I mean,
yes, that is the definition of raw dogging, ladies and gentlemen. That right there. There it is. That's the definition.
I mean, it hurts my soul, man. We live for the smashes of this world. We don't really like to talk about the passes very often, you know. And we even if we're talking about Cleveland Browns quarterbacks or this food, we don't like to talk about the passes very often. Unfortunately, to start the week, it's a pass for me. It's like, and I just had a hot dog and pasta salad dinner tonight. You know, I was telling Chad, we put in the air fryer, get it going, some good gourmet hot dogs, throw some mustard. I know you're not a mustard guy, but I do some mustard on them, and we were cool. That was good. Boom. This dude, this is like what you would see on First 48, to start First 48. Like, you know, here's a man, Cheese Whiz in his hot dogs, and he's storing them above his cabinets.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you do any of that, you're going to die, okay?
Yeah.
If you eat any of those hot dogs and you wait until April, whatever you labeled it as, you're going to die, okay? Unalive. Like,
yeah.
It's done. That's it.
Did you see how much Cheese Whiz he put in that hot dog? Can I run it one more time? I know we're over. Can I run it one more time? Look how much Cheese Whiz he put in this hot dog. Look at the hot dog expand. All right, back to this.
Today I'm meal prepping for the next 30 days. This helps keep my diet consistent, and the good thing about hot dogs, they're stacked with amazing nutrients and their preservatives to make them last a long time. People wonder why I don't use ketchup or mustard, but I don't like eating red 40 or yellow 5. However, from time to time I do add some extra flavor. To make my meals even more convenient, I store them in easy to access areas. For example, I don't even have to take a break from playing games to enjoy my next meal. I do still kind of suck at this game though. This might seem ridiculous, but the reality is I'm 2 months ahead on meals, and I'm not going to need to cook for a very long time.
Yeah, because you're not going to make it much longer, buddy, if you go on that route. You're not going to have to cook or do nothing, actually. You're not going to have to walk. You're not going to have to go to the gym.
He's not even... Listen, I know my kitchen is next to the studio. I understand. You still need to physically stand up, walk, and get your stuff. And if you have hot dogs sitting out for days, weeks, months, cooked hot dogs, they're gonna rot.
Yeah, I mean, and imagine like a January dog making it to December. He's like, "Oh, I forgot about my January stash," and then he eats one in December. Oh my God, double! And I was a little quick there with the video, and I know you had some more to say, but I still can't get over the fact that this dude is Cheese Whiz in his hot dogs. He is literally putting Cheese Whiz all up in that hot dog, and then he's eating. I don't understand. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a cheddar cheese. Like, I know there's bratwurst and certain like hot dogs, whatever that you can get, like the cheese filled ones. That's a no for me. That's an absolute no for me. I don't need that shit. Like, I'm cool. I'll put shredded cheese on top. I'll melt it. I'll throw it in the microwave or something, heat it for an extra few seconds. That's absolutely double. That's not just a pass. That's like an intercept. Like intercepted, somebody else take it. Pass.
Dude, that's a red flag. That's a that's a red flag. There's a content creator. I forgot his name, but he's always like, dude, that's a violation. That's what part of the game is this? Like that.
Bro.
I'm looking here because occasionally we offer educational services here at the network.
Yes.
The shelf life. So
let me guess. A shelf life of a hot dog not refrigerated is probably, it's got to be like 3.5 days.
Spot on. 3 to 4 days.
Wow. It's better right in the middle. 3 and 4. Right in the middle. Like we're putting that cheese whiz right in the middle. I mean, my God, I'm so mad, Double A. You could have started off as a win. Yeah, I mean, we already talked about high school disappointment in terms of us, like, getting our hearts broken back in high school, talking to the ladies, like, and, we've reflected on that. We reflected on the Browns. We reflected on bad things today. We've had to talk about it. We reflected on bad things. We took a blast at our past and back to school week here on Midnight Run, and we're giving everybody prepped on, hey, if you ask a girl to homecoming, don't do a cookie cake. You want words from Eli Moon? Don't do a cookie cake. Don't do any signs. Don't just ask. Just ask. It's literally that simple. Like, we're teaching the game, but we've had to relive our trauma. And then Double A's like, oh, hey, smash or pass. I'm thinking maybe it's like some Fruit Loops, maybe on a cake or something delicious. And it's like, no, just a dude cheese whiz in his hot dogs and raw dogging them, eating them uncooked. My God. Double A, I ain't got no more words.
This rundown, not a single positive thing on this rundown. Hey, folks, we'll try to do better again tomorrow. Listen.
Raw dog in the...
Hey, you store all those hot dogs, smash and pass all for the homies.
Man, you must not have many good homies if you're passing those things. All right. Oh, my goodness. Double A, send us home.
The Reddit, there's a Reddit here that says it's safe to eat hot dogs left out for 10 hours.
I mean, dude. I mean, my goodness.
And then the first comment, who left the dogs out?
Who left the dogs out? I mean, and then, you know what? Actually, before you send us home, and then it's like if you put sauerkraut on it, or like other stuff. I like sauerkraut on my dogs every now and then. So sauerkraut, or you put some chili. I mean, what if this dude like gets really maniacal and puts chili on the hot dogs and then wraps them up and then he preps? I mean,
I don't think there's a world where you should be stuffing hot dogs. You should not stuff hot dogs.
There should be no stuffing.
If you're adding condiments and stuff, you put it on top of the hot dogs. There's no world where you should be stuffing. There's no world where you should be stuffing a hot dog.
Yeah,
that's a foul. That's a violation.
Yeah, that's, you know what?
That's raw dog in the dog.
And somewhere ketchup, mustard, and onion, the hot dogs of the Cleveland Guardians are watching this like, are you serious right now? We give you all these great options, and that's what you choose to do. Sometimes some people shouldn't be allowed to invent certain things. Or try different things.
This,
yes.
This is a comment, again in Reddit.
Okay.
As someone who's worked in the commercial food industry for a while, this is iffy. Certain bacteria lives in vacuum sealed foods. They thrive in unrefrigerated room temperature conditions. That 70-degree, 8 to 10 hour range is bacteria growth heaven. However, hot dogs are fully cooked and loaded with salt and other preservatives, so you might be okay. Do you remember Burger King when they put out those Whopper commercials?
Yes.
And they show like, oh, this is a natural Whopper.
Yeah.
Like the meat. They showed it turning green because they wanted to prove that it was real meat.
Yes. Gosh, we started on such a bad note and we've ended. I mean, I've had a great time. Don't get me wrong. I've enjoyed stressing out with you, but I'm like, gosh, can we get something good tomorrow, Double A? Can we get something good?
Find out tomorrow right here on Midnight Run. Good night, everybody.